Okay, I have the thumbs up. Welcome, everybody. This is a big day of presentations and all of that, so we're all looking forward to. I'd like to call the meeting to order at exactly 9:02 a.m. Bob. And I will say that Councillor Schumacher is away today. Other than that, everyone else is here. And with that, Councillor Renwick, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement, please?
With pleasure. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honored sacred spaces, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for that. I do have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, May 29th, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated with the following deletion. 7.5, Shig Nakamoto from the Huntsville Tennis Club. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we're moving right along. And we do have one invited presentation today, which I have been looking forward to so much, and that is from the Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare. We have Dave Uffelman, the board chair, and Cheryl Harrison, the CEO. Welcome. And I should say that they're here to provide an update on the ongoing hospital discussions. And
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having us here today. As the mayor said, I'm here with Dave Uffelman, our brand new chair. And in the audience, I'd like to acknowledge our past chair, Maureen Miller, our vice chair, Carla Clarkson-Ladd, and we have members of our staff with us here today as well. Should have got the right, may have to go back. There we go. So again, thank you so much. We're really excited to be here today and give you an update on where we're at with our new regional model. And we want to talk about how this new regional model will transfer our healthcare services and how they're delivered in our communities, providing access to high quality patient care across our region, inside and outside the walls of our two hospitals. With our new approach to regional healthcare, we will preserve all existing services in our region and expand services we offer across the communities. Guided by our consultants, Resource Planning Group, who are experts in hospital planning, and Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare Leadership, and informed by extensive stakeholder engagement, including more than 4,000 engagement touch points to date. The plan for the new multi-site regional hospital is guided by comprehensive data and decades of healthcare planning expertise. This dedication and meticulous planning promises that patients will get the right care in the right place and at the right time. We value the input and feedback that we receive from our stakeholders, and we want to continue to fine-tune the model with adjustments based on our continued consultation with our staff, physicians, healthcare partners, and community. And this, so far, has included adjusting the distribution of beds across the sites, including adding ICU beds at the Bracebridge site and preserving labor and delivery service at both sites. The new plan for Muskoka Multi-Site Regional Hospital is set to revolutionize healthcare locally with a $1 billion provincial and local share investment. We'll be seeing the doubling of our emergency departments, capacities, and expanding square footage by 80%. This regional approach will also allow us to expand services across our communities. With an expanded emergency department and a surgical center of excellence and advanced diagnostic imaging, the Bracebridge site will be a busy hub for outpatient services. Bracebridge will also serve as the region's home for cancer care, specialty clinics, and much more. The Huntsville and Bracebridge site sees approximately 60,000 visits annually today, and in the future state, Bracebridge will more than double to 140,000. The Huntsville site will serve patients with longer-term and more complex needs. It will be equipped with a level 3 intensive care unit, which is new to what we have today, a designated stroke unit, and specialized units for reactivation and rehabilitation. Huntsville will have more beds because patients will require longer length of stays, greater than 6 days, and will require specialized services like acute rehab, reactivation, acute care for the elderly. Serving over 40,000 square miles and more than 60,000 people that double in the summer, Mac's catchment area goes as far south as Severn Bridge, beyond Gravenhurst, as far north as Sundridge, west to West Parry Sound, and all the way east to Halliburton. Dividing our catchment area in the center, 51% of the population served is in the south and 49% in the north, making both hospitals essential. Designed to fit together, and we love to use the analogy of a heart, it's designed to fit together like two sides of a heart. The Bracebridge and Huntsville site, although one is smaller than the other, they are so dependent on each other in order to continue to provide the services across our region, and is really important in terms of the longevity of care in our community. As we plan for the future of healthcare in our region, we need to find ways to deliver care differently and think about healthcare differently. Care is not defined by beds, but by services and programs available to support the unique needs of each patient. Beds don't heal people, services do. We've heard concerns about the number of beds allocated to the Bracebridge site. Yes, if we continue to deliver healthcare the way we're delivering it today, and with our increased population of 65 and older, we will never have enough beds. Our projected bed numbers will not be sufficient, and that is why we are planning for a future of new care to get patients healthier and home quicker. A rigorous reactivation program is one way that we can do that. Our plan for enhanced and expanded reactivation and acute rehab will help get patients ready for home more quickly, reducing the number of patients who need to be transitioned to alternate levels of care. And most importantly, in partnership with MAC, community and home programs across the region will deliver vital care outside the walls of our hospital, providing much needed support to our outlying communities. We are building a regional model to support the future healthcare needs of the future inside and outside the walls of our 2 future hospital sites. Our regional model encompasses inpatient, outpatient, and community support and programs, all with the vision of providing the right care in the right place and at the right time. And I believe that together we can transform the future of healthcare in the region. Before I close, I'm going to turn it over to our Chair, Dave, who has some closing comments.
Thank you. We know that many in this room and beyond have been very supportive of the proposed model, and you've been willing to speak out, but have held back out of respect for your fellow citizens in the South. Many have watched closely as the community discussions have advanced. Fueling a North versus South debate would have added no value. Thank you for letting those conversations unfold. It is now time to move forward. We will continue to listen and work with others to build the supports necessary to make the model work well for as many as we possibly can. It is time now for those who have quietly supported the model to let your voices be heard. Thank you, and we'd be delighted to take questions.
And that's terrific. Thank you both. for all of the comments. As I said, I've been actually very much looking forward to this, and I appreciate your comments, Dave. It's true. I think that many of us have been actually sitting back to allow the ongoing consultation to take place with our colleagues in the southern part of Muskoka. And but having said that, it hasn't prevented any of us to continue to dialogue with all of our colleagues, both in the south and even in the north. And so I very quickly wanted to say, I appreciate the reference to the service delivery model, because in my ongoing discussions with Mayor Ward from Armour Township, he consistently reminds me and anyone who he talks to about the change in the whole model is it's not just the two low sites. It's also the service delivery and how we're getting out to the communities, in the north, and why that's so critically important to them. And I certainly am really supportive of that, because I think that that's one of the reasons why this model is innovative and considers all of the municipalities who are served by Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare. So I know that, again, discussions I've had with members from my community, I've heard that, ongoing consultation is incredibly important so that we get it right. We are also very keen on seeing, let's make this opportunity happen. Let's not miss this opportunity. We have a once in a lifetime, I believe, opportunity where the province has said they will commit to 2 hospitals, two sites, 1 hospital, 2 sites, and a whole bunch of other services. And as far as I know, we're still very much, maybe this is a question, we're still very much near the top of the list if we can get our submission in for consideration. And I think that from the perspective of living in Huntsville, I get very excited that we see double the capacity in our emergency. And I also get very excited thinking about having a new hospital that will help with our doctor recruitment. Well, actually, any healthcare, any recruitment in the healthcare sector. So from my perspective, the sooner we can move on this proposal and the submission going in to the province, the better. So clearly there's one question in there, and that is, do we have any sense of what we're looking for as far as timing around the submission to the province?
I'll start it off and then Dave can chime in. We have regular conversations with Ontario Health and the capital branch of the ministry, even yesterday, for example. And they have given us all indications that the sooner we can get the submission in, obviously the better. There's about 40 hospitals in the province that are on the Infrastructure Ontario schedule. And so, they're trying to manage all of these projects among other projects, not just hospital projects. So we are on the schedule. They were very thoughtful early in the year and when we said that we were needing to look at something different and that we needed to take the time, and they supported the time to come out and do the community involvement. And yesterday they were very pleased to hear about the amount of engagement that we have been doing. And so that's what we are proceeding with, hopefully our submission in November, the full submission.
Thank you for that. And I completely monopolized the opening, and I apologize, but there you go. I just, sorry about that, Council. So with that, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you on the model. I think it delivers everything that we hope for. It is 1 hospital with 2 sites, and the message needs to get out that we were never promised 2 hospitals. one hospital with 2 sites. The question of equity keeps coming up, and I try and describe it to them with great difficulty, that they're very different but equal. Can you help me quantify how they are equal?
We have to look at the entire population, which goes beyond Muskoka, as the mayor has said. It goes well north of Muskoka. So I don't think we want to look at bricks and mortar in terms of equality. We want to look at access across the entire population to the best possible services and the highest quality. Cheryl talked about the reactivation and rehab, which is critical to the new model. That's available to everyone within the catchment. And we're able to put into place those sorts of specializations that would be extremely difficult to do if you tried to break it down into 2 small, equal buildings. You couldn't have the level of specialization. So for everybody in the catchment, we're providing a higher level of service. In terms of bricks and mortar, they're going to be different. In terms of patient flow, they're going to be different. There's no question of that. But everyone's going to have access to a higher level of care.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks for coming. I'm really glad you have finally made it your way here to our council table for sure. I don't really have a question, but one thing we always hear is, the provincial government promised us 2 acute care hospitals. And I think one thing we've missed, or at least I try to explain to people, that beds don't make acute care hospitals. It's the services. So could you just explain to everybody what services actually define acute care?
That's $1 million or $1 billion question, actually. So, and everybody may have their own interpretation of what acute care is, if you've been used to having certain things in a hospital. But I would start with 24 hours, 7-day a week emergency departments. That's what gets you the blue H, quite honestly. And then when you start with that, you then have to have ancillary services like diagnostics, lab. There are some services that aren't in every hospital in the province, and they're still acute care. Obstetrics. Some hospitals don't have ICUs, but they're still an acute care hospital. So I would say that you start with an emergency department, because when you start hearing people in the community, they start thinking that because you're smaller, your emergency department is an urgent care center. They're 2 very, very different things. And so that's where I would start.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. Congratulations, Dave, on the new position. And congratulations to Maureen on doing an amazing job as past chair. It's really good. I guess one of the problems I have is the perception that our council and our mayor hasn't been active enough and out there stomping the ground enough. And I see some stuff on Facebook, and what I want people to realize is if they knew the hours that our mayor, deputy mayor, and CEO have put into this, very carefully and calculatedly putting in the time and the message that is needed, knowing that if there's a massive battle between 2 municipalities, it's not going to help the province bring us $1 billion. And I want to commend our mayor, deputy mayor, and CEO for doing that. And I want to make sure people know that, no, we're not sitting on our feet. We just know that it doesn't help anybody to have nothing but fighting going on in the community when the province is deciding where they're going to spend their money. So I just want to make that public. And for those that aren't aware, our team is putting a tremendous amount of hours into this, working diligently almost on a daily basis with you guys. And I'm very excited about the fact that you're coming closer to getting a submission ready to go for November. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. Yes, Dave.
It wasn't a question, but I'd like to respond regardless and tie into some of the mayor's opening remarks. I think there's a silver lining, might not be the appropriate phrase, but there's a lot of good that has come out of the community discussions over the last 6 months. Everybody on the street now knows what alternate level of care is. And all kinds of organizations, bodies like yours are talking about it. The district is talking about how they can help with long-term care. We've got an incredibly successful and robust Muskoka and area Ontario health team that's working with programs such as hospital to home to get people out of hospital sooner and into their homes, or remote care. These things are all out in the public now, and everybody's talking about them. And I think what we would hope is going to happen in the near future is the rhetoric is going to shift more to how do we solve these problems? You know, primary care is another one that it's not our responsibility, but it's everybody's responsibility. And you've been leaders in looking at that. But all of those different bodies are now talking about primary care and how we can do better at that. Housing goes way beyond healthcare, but it's come up in these discussions. So a lot of the issues which we all have to address are now out there, and we're all talking about them, and hopefully more of the energy can shift to how do we solve some of these massive problems.
Thank you for that. That's absolutely true. And Maureen, I bet you're happy that Dave's sitting in that chair. I think he's doing a crackerjack job already. Sorry. My apologies. I'm looking at this side of the table. No? Oh, yes. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and thanks both for being here today. And I'll just echo a little bit what Mayor Alcock has already said, but I've always been concerned with the amount of time that it's taken us to get to where we are right now. And many of the folks I talk to voice the same thing, that they're concerned that if we continue to drag our feet on this, that we're going to lose the government funding that has been offered to us. And there's been lots of talk over the years about hospitals, but really it's so important to know that this is the first time really that there's ever been a formal commitment by the government that's been, by the province, that's been made to us for this funding. So, and I completely understand the consultations that have occurred both in Huntsville, Bracebridge. There's been a lot of public consultation as well as consultation that's been done by the municipalities. And that's been very important work that needed to be done. But my thought is that we really need to commit to show the province that we're ready to take the next steps on this. I just feel the longer that we postpone it, the further that we risk the chance that we lose the commitment from the province. And we just heard today from the presentation that there's 40 plus other hospitals that are currently in the queue for funding. So I think we really need to focus on next steps and how we get this done.
Thank you for that. Yes, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that it is important, the timelines for sure, but what is more important is the quality of healthcare. We have emergency departments that are bursting at the seams. We have 2 hospitals that are in desperate need of infrastructure renewal. And so to me, that's even the more pressing reason for moving on with this so that we can optimize our patient care and safety. Thanks.
And if I may add to that, the other item that is really needs to be highlighted is that we, as a group of municipalities, a large group of municipalities, and 2 hospital foundations, and the District of Muskoka and MOC itself, were able to agree to providing the required local share in the amount of $225 million. And that's an unbelievable feat that happened. It's there. And as far as I know, every municipality and the foundations and everybody who's made their commitment are still committed. So again, timing is everything. And I will echo one more time that we are absolutely supportive of this model going forward. I would be remiss, because I see him nodding his head, that we do have Dr. Rich Trenholm sitting in the wings to talk about something entirely different, but not necessarily completely, because he's going to talk about reactivation and all of that and physical health. But I also want to thank Dr. Trenholm for speaking out on this proposal and the importance of what we are, what is in the proposal for the Huntsville Hospital. Again, it's a new way of thinking of, no, we don't want to keep people in the hospital. We want to, and I'm going to bugger up the words, but we want to rehabilitate and reactivate. That's a new one for me, but reactivate and get people back in the community. And so, and that's, I know, what Dr. Trenholm's philosophy is all about. So truly, I get excited by it, and I just want to thank you for being here today. So, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. Just one quick question. I know with the initial submission or initial hospital plan you had going forward, we've made some changes to it after meeting in consultation with other communities. Do you anticipate any more changes to the last model that you presented?
I would say that, Deputy Mayor, probably not a lot. I mean, I think we have to, what we have heard and what we all are concerned with is the future. What's 10 years going to look like? And have we got the right design? We think we are very, very close. What we are asking our consultants to do, though, is to work with us to make sure that we've built in flexibility. We know that technology is rampant in healthcare, artificial intelligence, should I even say it? Our hospitals, even halfway through the design process, we may need to be making tweaks. And that's not uncommon in hospital builds throughout the province. So at this point, I think we're pretty confident that we've got the model, and but we are also open to be flexible as well if we need to be.
And I'd like to add to that, it goes beyond the model. And beyond the model, I mean the supports and the community supports. And a really good example is transportation. Early on in the consultation process, we heard about transportation being a very important issue to people in the communities. And I think as we've worked through this, people have come to understand patient transportation actually isn't that big a deal. We're not going to be transporting unstable patients, which I think takes a lot of pressure off people who had those concerns. And as we've quantified the number of patients who would actually move, it's a very small number. What is important, though, is families, transporting families, and how do we let that caregiver be able to get to the appropriate site to be with their loved one. And transportation, we've got 8 years to get this right. So it's a lot of time, but we're working now, and we have to all work now. The point I want to make is I think there's a lot of work and change that has to occur to support the model, so around the model. I think that's where you're going to see more change in the coming years.
Councillor Morrison.
Just one last comment. I have to be careful when I say something that I didn't forget something, and I did forget to mention the fact that the community is unbelievably engaged is a good thing, because if they weren't, I'd be really worried. If the people in South Muskoka and North Muskoka Sunridge didn't care about this model, that'd be really concerning for me. I do find, though, that when we get a lot of phone calls and emails, when we're able to have a conversation with someone one-to-one and actually explain things, they tend to understand better what the model means, as opposed to just reading what they read online. So I encourage the public to not stop reaching out. And if we don't have the answers, we can get them, because I find when the answers come out, they have a better understanding. They realize the bigger picture, that we're getting $1 billion into our community. So I'm not trying to say don't criticize us. Continue to do that, and you might get the answers you want. So that's all.
Good point. Absolutely. Okay, I think one last question, and it's minor. It's really minor, but it's because of your slide deck, and given what Councillor Morrison said, I can imagine where this might go. So there was reference to advanced diagnostic imaging in Bracebridge, and I understand with that, given the new surgical procedures, all of that. We still have an advanced diagnostic imaging in Huntsville with the MRI and all of that. And Cheryl, you're nodding. Yes. And I know that I just felt, given the way the slide deck was presented, I could imagine there might have been a question around that.
That's right. So the MRI is situated in Huntsville because of our regional stroke designation. Who knows, in 10 years, and we've already thought about the need. MRI might, we might need another MRI down the road at the other side. It may be the common practice of using MRIs in the future of healthcare. The specialized services that are at Bracebridge are usually those that can be scheduled. And diagnostic services at Huntsville will support the inpatient services as well as the emergency department.
Thank you for that. And I promise that's the last for me. So, and I don't see anything else. Thank you again. We really appreciate it. And to Maureen and Carla and everybody, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we are moving on to report from municipal officers. We have a verbal report outlining the next section of our meeting today, which is the community and user group budget request process. And we've been joined by Director Julia McKenzie.
Thank you. So, let's make sure I've got the mic right. So in October, Council approved amendments to the budget policy to include parameters for budget requests from community user groups. So this new process started in the spring of this year with the launch of the community and user group budget request form and web page that gives those user groups a bit more information on the process and what information they can provide to committee. So what the new process looks like is that the user groups make their submissions through the form by a certain deadline. This year it was June 14th. And then user groups attend this meeting, which we set in the future again, to provide deputations on their requests and provide an overview of the project. Staff will then report back in July with recommendations for the 2025-26 budget at the July General Committee meeting. The following section of this meeting is for these groups to provide an opportunity to explain the proposals, and it's not intended for committee to make any recommendations on their approvals. At the July staff meeting, staff will bring forward a fulsome report with all the requests, and will include such information with additional information on costing, ongoing requirements, any insurance impact, any inspection required, that sort of thing. And at that time, committee will make a recommendation on the projects to be considered in the draft 2025-26 budget. I would like to thank all, this is very exciting because not very many times we have this many people here for budget sections of the meeting. So I would like to thank all the individuals and groups who have provided these submissions. We received a lot of great suggestions for changes to services in Huntsville, and we really appreciate everyone's efforts and input.
Thank you for that. And I concur reading all of the submissions. They're really interesting. So with that, I'm supposed to read something, and that is each presenter will be provided a maximum of 10 minutes to present all of their requests, and we will be adhering to the time limit. A countdown clock will appear on the screen as a visual. Those are my words, but they're important words. They're important words. All right, I can do that. So let's start. And the first one, as we said earlier, Rich Trenholm is here from Tri-Muskoka Triathlon Club, Inc., to talk to us about the Muscle Project and the boat launch. And welcome, Rich.
Okay. I'm vibrating, ready to go. It's funny that you said it's quite different, but when talking about the hospital model, it's not, because what I'm talking about is largely preventative health as well as post-operative or post-hospital stay rehabilitation, just not within the walls of the community. So let me get on to the presentation here just to make sure. Oh, okay, there. So this is not the first time that I've come to talk to you about the Muscle Project, but the Muscle Project stands for Movement, Strength, Conditioning, and Active Lifestyles for Everyone. And our vision is to really design and install centrally located, publicly accessible fitness equipment in a network through sport parks and existing neighborhoods that allow for inclusive access to fitness equipment, so everybody has the ability to, I'm trying to expand this so it's big. I don't know how to make it so you can see the bottom of it, but whatever. So why now? We know that 1 in 5 people, adults, don't meet the recommended levels of physical activity in Canada. And there's a huge amount of benefits, as you can see on the screen, with respect to my job and the hospital's job of keeping our community healthy. It lowers the burden of disease for both physical, physiologic, and mental. And it will have an impact on people coming to see me in my office, as well as people needing to access the hospital services. There's people looking for more unstructured activities throughout the community to engage with physical fitness equipment using technology, QR codes, and programming through a website or an app. And we have a significant amount of growing evidence of the impact of physical exercise on the primary way to treat a lot of physical, physiologic, and mental health conditions. So the plan is to, over many years, create multiple fitness parks through centrally located parks, existing neighborhoods, as well as places that are already engaged in physical activity. The programming hopefully is going to be designed around a web or app-based product that people can actually have programming, so they're not there going to a piece of equipment going, what do I do with this? Okay, we want to make it interactive, and we want to make sure that it is scalable to every fitness level, age, and physical ability. And we also want to be able to engage with groups like the soccer club and the high school students to be able to use this equipment as part of their injury prevention programming, as well as their fitness classes. There's a lot of good evidence out in the sports medicine world about the impact of this. So again, this is centrally located, but I won't go through this because I've already said it, but there's going to be a bunch of different elements: bench-based exercises, calisthenics, spontaneous active plays where kids just climb all over top of stuff, spaces for body weight-based mobility, outdoor fitness parks, and obstacle structures. So our ask is, so we've already been working with the town for several years, and it's, I think, the 4th time I've come in front of you guys, and we've been, discussing and planning and getting agreements, but this is the point where I'm asking us to be able to move forward. I want to be able to plan, I want to engineer and install, along with the other people on the Muscle Project Committee and help with the town staff, to install the first phase of the project that aligns with the goals and objectives of the Unity Plan strategic direction, as well as the community service master plans. And the numbers on below are the points within those documents that support our initiative. We are looking to include 1, 2, or 3 parks, depending on available land, financial contributions, and financial reserves, as well as in-kind donations and partnerships with local, provincial, and national partners that are willing to support this opportunity. So the 3 places that I've identified, along with town staff and in discussion, as well as people on my committee, Avery Beach Park, which is just a 40-foot by 40-foot section right beside the shelter, which is right on the Hunters Bay Trail. It's already a place where people congregate for physical activity and just unstructured play. We think that there's a great opportunity to put a park there. The second place would be in a 40-foot by 50-foot square plot by the Conroy Park. It's a high use of physical activity for walkers of all ages, soccer, lacrosse, high school, tennis, pickleball. It's a place where they can do physical exercise, but they can also do dynamic warm-ups and cool downs to prevent injury from their selected activities. I've met with user groups that already use that area, and we looked at the various places around the park, and this is one area that was the yellow square on there that would be amenable for everybody and easy to access for construction materials. The next spot would be, and this is just a couple of locations, it's not set in stone, but this would be a place that is of high use around the pickleball courts or the soccer club or in the baseball fields, in order to optimize the opportunity for people their kids are playing soccer and they can go have a quick workout while their kids are playing soccer and they don't have to sit and pick dandelions. Place for the pickleball club members to go and do dynamic warm up or include strength and conditioning as part of their training, and the baseball players as well. So I know there's discussion with Lorna and Jim today about modifications, but this is a place where I see the opportunity and ability to engage and collaborate with user groups in order to enhance their opportunity to make their projects better, to improve the overall health and well-being of our community. And I've said this before, but I'll recap the story of it. But the fact that I was traveling around the world, and every community I traveled had these parks accessible, free for people to use. And even on Easter Island, that's really where it hit home, where the Easter Island community had parks like this, and Huntsville didn't have it. I said I got to change that. So that's where this is all sort of born out of. So the budget that we have, this is for one park, and this is variable. I've since got some quotes. The site preparation, I got a quote from Fowler Construction, and is actually less than that. It's about half of the site prep. There's a site prep for that would include a rubber coat, which was $36,000. The equipment I'm going to discuss that in 2 slides. It might actually be half of that. The installation is something that is in the realm of $10,000. So what do we have in the bank? Well, Tri-Muskoka funds right now are $30,000, but I reviewed this with our treasurer, and it could be upwards of $60,000 based on the money that we've accrued through the Tri-Muskokan Sunrise Swim for Strength. And we are working with community partners to help lower the costs, like Muskoka Rock, HLD. Those people are willing to help out to keep the costs low. I do have a time limiting grant that I've already been awarded. It was one of these things. I went to a website, say, hey, I'll just apply for this. And they say, hey, congratulations, you got $20,000. I'm like, oh no. And then I've got 6 months to spend it. I'll buy the equipment and I'll store it in my garage if I have to. But we've got $20,000 of added money that we can put towards this project to help it move forward. I really hope to be able to work with the town to say, okay, I know I'm coming to you saying I don't need any money, but it'd be nice to be able to figure out a way to partner, whether we buy the equipment and you guys foot the bill for the installation, knowing that there's community partners that are willing to partner with us. I think that's a good sort of way to make sure that I get the equipment to people and you guys install it the way you want it to be installed and it's safe and for the community and for long-term feasibility. Additional funds, again, we keep running this Tri-Muskokan. We had 470 athletes out in the pouring rain on Sunday doing the event, and everybody loved it, and we raised about $20,000 with that event alone. We're going to keep going after grants and working with our in-kind partners. We're going to go back to HMATA, hopefully. And this next thing is really exciting to me is working with the Outdoor Fit company to become a Fit City project. And the Fit City project is an exciting park, I'm going to read this, in Recreation Showcase program where municipal governments can apply to receive outdoor gyms at a significant discounts. I've already had discussions with this company that are actually in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, and their main market is correctional facilities. So we know that they are actually the product is very, very, very well used and tested. Okay, they are used 16 hours a day by people lifting heavy weights. But they're looking for a community to be a showcase for their product. And I've had many discussions with them already. They're really excited to be able to show the Canadian market that what they can do is not just for prisoners and correctional facilities. So, same slide. And this is what their products. They're robust. They're made of high-grade steel. They're very safe. They're tamper-proof. They're weighted. I know we talked about using a lot of calisthenics equipment like bars and all that. I think that requires a little bit of skill. This is actually probably even better for being able to scale it to the ages of at either end, and it would be really good for scalability. I also ask that we keep moving forward. I want to be able to come and be included in conversations about the Mountain View site project, a Lions Lookout, and being able to go back to new neighborhood parks as well as existing neighborhood parks to try to retrofit them to increase the accessibility to fitness equipment. These are some of the partners, and I'm out of time.
Sorry, Rich. I know. And what about the other presentation, the launch? Do we give them a minute to do the launch?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
You guys
so
have
the
the
launch
you
will
guys have
come
the
at another
information.
time. That'll come at another
Yeah,
time.
it needs to be fixed. That's it.
All right, but you got through almost all of it, so I think we got the gist, which was fantastic. But I'm sure there will be some questions. Are there any questions of?
I'll take questions about the boat launch too.
All right, Deputy Mayor Armour.
What was boat launch about?
Thanks, Dan. Kudos. So basically, it's a place where community members go to fish, swim, and launch non-motorized watercraft. There's a big stone, so people can't drive their boats down there. But it is uneven ground. It is, from a physician point of view, it's unsafe for people to get down there, especially if they're carrying a canoe or a kayak. And the first concrete slab in the water is disintegrated with the rebar exposing. So and for the Trimuskokan and for the Ironman that's coming in next weekend, it's a place where thousands of athletes get out of the water, and I'm the medical guy, and I stand at the top of the hill, and I fix them after they stub their toe, they grab their toe, they twist their ankle on that uneven surface. Basically, I'm just asking for that block to be repaired and consideration to be paved and swaled so that that hill that's now graveled just doesn't keep washing out, and we just keep fixing, like fix it, put some swales in it, then we don't have to worry about it, and people aren't going to get hurt.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Clucci.
Through you, Chair. I think the last time it was brought, we had talked about there's a plastic rollout, something like what they put in parking lots that filter through. And I've seen them used in different places for the walking. I don't know where that ever ended up. But
Yeah, we've got two of them. They're called Moby mats. So we had two, and we were going to use it this past weekend, but it kept slipping down the hill, even though we tried to anchor it in at the top. And because the hill is hard packed and then concrete, we couldn't anchor the bottom because it was like it was pavement. And even at that, because of the shape of the ground, because it's undulating like that, it's not actually super kind to people's feet. I think it's meant for people to use wheelchairs to walk over, as opposed to people run up in bare feet.
Yeah.
So there is a grippy abrasive surface that is not super awesome.
all right.
All right. So, and certainly staff, as Julia said, will be bringing back a report on all of this. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Rich. Thank you for coming and speaking to us today. And I think the segue from what we were talking about with the hospital to what you're talking about now, it really is about keeping our community healthy. And I think it's really, I commend what you've been doing and how many times you come back to us. You keep coming back. I think there's such value in what you're doing. So thank you for that. And I think around the table, most of us feel the same way. So I won't speak for them. So.
And I will not give up.
I know, and we do know that about you. that is
Tenacious
for
Trenholm.
sure. You are tenacious. One last question on the locations. You made reference to this. You have been working with our staff on the location. So really, you're asking us make a decision which location.
Which locations? I mean,
Right,
I think
okay.
from a financial point of view, we have enough money to buy equipment for probably 2 locations, and be able to work with the town to say, okay, let's we need what the ask is. We need to move forward, like not just talk about it anymore. We
Let's
need
go.
to just do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Tenacious.
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 Do it.
Do it. I hear you. All right. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thanks very much, Richard.
Thanks.
All right. Moving to number 2, we have Stella Key and Sasha Stecco regarding a new fitness facility. Welcome.
There it is.
You got it.
I got it.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm sensing a trend that we have a very active community. And I appreciate that Dr. Trenholm was able to go before us and will kind of add to the benefits of what we're proposing as well to become maybe Ontario's most fit community if we have all of this stuff go through. So anyways, I'll start. Good morning, Mayor Alcock, Council, and thanks to staff. My name is Stella Kay, and with me here today is Sasha Stecco. We are friends from Huntsville High School, where we graduated in 2019. We are very passionate about healthy, active living and supporting the betterment of our community. Today, we are here to speak about an important initiative that would greatly benefit our town, the establishment of a municipally run fitness facility within the auditorium space at the Canada Summit Centre. Our agenda for this deputation includes the need for this fitness facility, who will use it, how it will reach the goals of the Community Services Master Plan, programming and policy trends, the facility overview, and we will also touch on what other municipal fitness facilities across Ontario are currently doing. Upon reading the Community Services Master Plan, we were very happy to see that the key trend and number one goal is a growing focus on the community's health and wellness. The plan highlights the need for physical activity, socialization, mindfulness, and management of stress and anxiety. We appreciate that this connection has been made since we have witnessed firsthand how severe both mental health and addiction problems are becoming in our peers and society as a whole. Without mentioning all of the benefits of daily exercise, the big picture is that this fitness facility will serve as a hub for community engagement, fostering a sense of belonging and social connection among residents of all ages, abilities, and walks of life. Some other great takeaways from the master plan are the programming and policy trends, which amplify the need for year-round unstructured activities. One of our driving forces for standing here today is that the growing concern of income disparity is causing a shift in recreational and cultural offerings to include more low to no cost alternatives. Participation rates are declining among many registered activities in response to their increasing cost. Two main barriers that this facility would solve are time and transportation. This fitness facility would provide a flexible option to users' time-restricted schedules, since committing to a full hour of programming may not be possible for some. It could also assist in accessible transportation, considering that the Summit Centre is directly across from the high school, on a public transit line, and less than 1 kilometer from the downtown core. With that said, we want to commend the town for implementing the affordable access to recreation policy. Adding self-led weights and fitness options to this policy will enhance the program greatly and fulfill some of the key barriers mentioned earlier. By implementing a safe, clean, and welcoming space to work out, people, especially females and the LGBTQ+ community, will feel empowered and less intimidated to grow their routines and regimens without being judged or overpowered by strongman competitions. Having friendly and trusted staff at the front door will provide an extra layer of security for those who may not be guaranteed this at a private gym. We know that for these reasons, a municipal fitness center will have such a profound impact on increasing female and LGBTQ+ participation in sport within our community. Taken directly from the master plan, users of the Canada Summit Centre, most notably arena and pool users, have commented on the lack of dryland training at the facility, such as fitness or stretching rooms and basic fitness equipment. As a result, staff are frequently charged with removing unauthorized activity from hallways and other public spaces in the building. It is clear that our community is vibrant and bustling with sport. Just to name a few, our hockey, lacrosse, soccer, baseball, and ski teams are the beating heart of our community, and they need a place to strengthen their skills on dry land without being removed from spaces in their home arena while trying to find a place to train and stretch. Now, logistically speaking, we have thought about the most effective way to implement this facility at the lowest capital cost. An opportunity in the master plan states the potential to repurpose the auditorium in the Summit Centre. We are excited that the existing infrastructure for a fitness facility is conveniently already there, including the front desk, yoga room, change rooms, showers, and even specific electrical outlets for cardio equipment. Additionally, the use of Perfect Mind recreation management software has already been adopted by the town and used for booking and registration, which could be carried forward into the new facility as well. Some remaining costs would then include equipment, staffing, and insurance, which we have begun looking into and need further information to proceed with that research. We know that this would be a pilot project for the town of Huntsville, so we have visited and researched what other places in Ontario are offering their community. We have found over 100 municipal fitness facilities, including Bracebridge, Orillia, and Kawartha Lakes. Using their existing models as inspiration, some entry-level fitness membership options Huntsville could offer would cater to youth, seniors, families, and low-income households. Additionally, daily drop-in passes would cater to our seasonal residents and visitors. Another idea that we really like is to offer an all-encompassing pass on an individual or family basis that includes access to the fitness facility, public skating, public swimming, pickleball, yoga, and all other recreational programming. To ensure the long-term success with this project, our hope is that revenue from user fees would cover the staffing and operation costs on an ongoing basis. We are hopeful that we will be able to work with you on bringing this idea to life. We are requesting that council consider this proposal of a municipal fitness facility for the 2025-2026 two-year budget. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this morning. We're happy to welcome your thoughts and questions.
Wow, look at you. You have 4.5 minutes left. Okay. That was a fantastic presentation. And when I read it, a lot of research went into that, and I really appreciate a lot of the new thinking around that. I will open it up to council colleagues if there are any questions. I have a quick question. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor Alcock. First of all, I want to commend the two of you. It's great to see two young people in our community take an initiative and trying to make our community better. Not only that, you're also on the Food for Kids board, Stella. So, I mean, I don't know where you find the time because you're also working full time, but it's really awesome for me to see this. My question is, as far as funding goes, have you looked into funding of equipment and whatnot already?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Morrison. So we have looked into some different funding options. There are some grants. There's an Ontario Trillium grant for projects exactly like this. We've actually been working with a representative from FitCheck who actually provides fitness equipment leasing and that sort of thing for the gym that was already there. So he's familiar with the space. And he sent us a whole bunch of different grants and options that you could apply for. We haven't looked into that because anyways, and then like our idea is not to levy taxes. So that's one thing that we want to make clear, that there's some grants. I don't know if there's municipal reserves. That would be something that we could look into as well. And then obviously just the user fees and membership fees for an ongoing basis for covering costs.
I really like our goal is not to levy taxes. Really great, and really great. A quick question as to requirements around space. The auditorium that you're talking about, we use it, and you mentioned this in your report, for other programming and, yoga classes, all of that stuff. So how do you see the two working together?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So we think that it could work honestly perfectly because we could keep the same schedule that's already going for classes, and because Motivations had that prior, so I think that it would work seamlessly. We would be able to keep the same schedule going on with all the yoga classes and dance classes going on.
Great. Okay.
Because there's that yoga space. So currently where the yoga classes are being held in the programming, most of them are in that yoga room that has closed doors. It already has the mirrors and everything like that. So hopefully if the gym had some cardio equipment, weights, that sort of thing, that could be outside and then the programming could continue in that area. But I know that was when we were speaking with some other people before coming here today, I know that was one concern, that there's other programming in addition to already like active stuff. I know there's camps and homeschool programs and all that sort of thing. So that's one thing we'd want to work towards. We do not want to oust anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Having taken those yoga classes, sometimes they're in the larger room.
Exactly.
But
For sure.
you're quite right. They're mostly in the yoga room. But it is the other programming that I had some more sort of. I think we have to think about that for sure. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. It's more of a comment, and I just want to echo what Councillor Morrison said as well, that I am so pleased to see two young people taking the initiative to do this, because this is, and your research has been phenomenal. I think you've really thought about it, and you presented it in such a concise way. So kudos to the work that you've done, and we have spoken prior to this. So I like your idea, but thank you for coming this morning and talking to us. Great.
Ditto. I don't see it. Okay, last call. Thank you both. Great presentation. It's amazing. You have a fan club here? There we go. I can see why Lorraine is here. That's for sure. All right. We are moving right along to 7.3. Ramachandran, how do I pronounce your last name? Harry. Oh, he's not, okay. Chirag is here. Sorry, my apologies, Chirag. Chirag Patel, regarding the Huntsville Cricket Club and a cricket pitch. How exciting is this? I know, really neat. All right, welcome.
Thank you, councils, and thank you, Mayor, for letting us come here. This is a very short presentation. It's not that long. Like our community is, it's very into like sports, always like lacrosse and baseballs and ice hockeys. There's so many sports going on here all the time, and our community is growing. So it's like different cultures. People are coming. So this is one of our culture game, cricket. So, and like we are trying to play from last 4 or 5 years. So sometimes we go to the Robertson field to play on the baseball ground, but if somebody wants to play baseball, then we are kicked out from there. And halfway of the game, then we find some other spot. We play sometimes at the church next to Leon, and so people fall down and they will get bruised and all this stuff. But we still play. We have never stopped from the last 5 years. Now we have found a new spot at Lions Lookout. We are trying to play on one side of the track, and we are hoping to get a small thing that make a pitch in the center of. I think I've submitted all the drawings and everything. If it's on the picture, if everybody's seen it, I have no idea, but
We had it,
submitted
it was in
yeah,
our
yeah.
package, but for sure we'll put it up.
So we don't want to like change anything on the ground. It's just in the center. There is a 6 feet by 10 feet pitch, what we have recommended. Right now we have players coming from Sunridge till Baysbridge who comes and play here with us. We are playing in the evening time because we don't have that much great area to play. And because if we have good areas to play, but we get kicked out all the time whenever we start early. And we have a team where we go play with North Bay. They also have a site on the town place where we play tournaments over there. We go to Barrie, we go to Aurelia. So if we can get this thing and we can start playing better and better, we can start with small tournaments, which will help sports in this community. And it's like sports is very important in our everyday life. To keep ourselves fit, I need to be very fit too. So, and I'm in cricket from when I was 10. Like cricket was in my heart from beginning, and it will be remaining all my life. And our ask is we went through all the research and everything. And we need to dig, spread granite screening and compact it, and I think the total was coming to like 20 to 50 or around something with the taxes. So that was our proposal. And if town can help us, if they have equipment like mini excavator or something, we can cut down that cost of renting all this stuff or something like that, and we can work out something. So we are hoping to have a cricket field where we can play cricket.
Thank you for your presentation. And again, I think it's really exciting hearing about a cricket proposal. It's new, as you pointed out, Chirag, and I think that it's a reflection of our communities changing. And how cool is that? So I will open it up to questions. Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair. A quick question. You might have said it. When night do you actually play? Because I think I'd like to come out and watch.
So we right now we don't have set days, because if it rains, the ground is wet or something. Because we play on the side of the track, where there's a walking track, something where, and right now if it's dry or something, we'll just start texting each other and we'll get together. We'll start playing around like 5:30 or something. If it's nice hot day, on a weekend we might start at 4 o'clock, 4:30. And the only people we see over there, like once a while, is a person, random person coming with a dog or something. Or sometimes we just see only dog running here and there. We don't see any people, and we just always see the deers and all this stuff, nothing else. That's the only thing we see over there. But it's hard to play every day right now because if it's damp, right? Because it's too much, like the track is not that solid, so it's like uneven all the time when it's damp and all stuff. So we cannot play on that part of the ground right every time.
Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. What if this was moved to a different location or whatever, if we provide it in a different area?
We are so eager to play this, we can play in a bush.
Yeah, okay.
We just need
We got
this
lots of bush.
small
Yeah.
thing and a play field, that's it.
Yeah,
Where people don't get injured.
yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
And one more thing I wanted to add, I don't know if you're aware, there's a T20 World Cup going on right now, and this is the first year Canada has taken part in that tournament. They didn't went to the next stage, but it was a great achievement by Canada to take part in the 2020 World Cup. And US also took part for the first time in this tournament. And the cricket, they built a stadium in New York, which they brought all the stands and everything from Vegas, and they spent like 40 million to put up that stadium in 7-8 months, and they dismantled it again and took all the stands back to. But the amount of money they made from that 6 games was $80 billion.
Wow.
Yes.
Before you go, last question. Are there cricket pitches anywhere else in Muskoka?
No.
No. Okay.
That's why we play at North Bay, Aurelia, or
Right,
Barrie.
right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Clark, you see, you can't go yet.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. I'm glad to hear that you're not stuck on the Lions Lookout location, but I just wondered how much, you might have said it, but what is the estimation of the cost for an installation of a pitch? I think you might have mentioned it.
So what we figure out, like digging with a mini excavator for 1 week, it will be like 1,047 for rent. And if we do manual digging, it's gonna be very hard. It's like $349 a day. And then we have to spread some granite screening to make it a even thing. And it's compacting. And granite, we found out it's like around $30 per ton or something. So we need around like 23 to 24 tons. And it will be like $690. And compacting for 2 inches will need around like $260, $270 at plus tax, which brings around like $2,250 or $2,300 with the taxes.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you to Chirag. And Deputy Mayor Armour, it sounds like they play almost every day, so you can go up and play. You've got a baseball background. I think you do well. I played in Australia and I was horrible at it, but it was a lot of fun. It's funny, almost every colony of the British Empire became huge cricket countries except Canada. I don't know how or why we got left out. So I commend you guys for doing this. My question is, what you're trying to do with the Lions Lookout, you wouldn't be occupying much space, you wouldn't be affecting much space at the lookout. It would be dead center, and you said 30 by, or no, 6 by 10 by 6. And so it's not going to have a significant impact on how the thing is run. I'm even thinking high school students, gym teachers could maybe take the kids up and do cricket instead of the typical sports that we do. It could be something that could grow grassroots. If for some reason there isn't funding available, but there is permission granted, does your group have any funds available to complete the process if we don't have the money?
So we looked into this thing, like there are a few owners, operated business people here from our culture. But mostly they are people who have came to work in the hospitals, or they come working in banks, or they're working at restaurants or something, and they were all students. So it's hard to collect money from everybody. So, and we don't want to get burden on them because it's hard to pay. They've been gone through so hard to pay all their tuition fees and all that stuff, right? So we have approached that way, but it was not working out. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay.
One more comment.
Yes,
So
sure.
the cost we told is from renting everything But like I told earlier, like if the town has a mini excavator or something, a compactor or something, which we can use, or town can help us to do something, we can reduce this cost too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for considering our proposal.
Okay. Of course. No, that was great. All right. So next, 7.4, we have the Huntsville and Area Historical Society talking about the walking tour app. Katrina and Tricia, I believe you're here to come on down to speak to this. Also interesting. Come on down. Also, exactly. There's a theme today. Yes.
I guess I need my speaker on. So we are the Huntsville and Area Historical Society. We've met before. And we are here with a community budget request to help fund our walking tour app, which is pretty much almost done. We have digitized our paper walking tour, which we've had for over 20 years. And we have created a free app available to both Android and Apple users. It contains, for now, 26 stops spanning from Chaffee Street to the train station. And we've created it in a loop, actually. So it starts at the town hall, where there's free Wi-Fi. It's flexible, so people can skip stops or even visit it virtually from home. It's native to phones, which means you don't need data once you've downloaded it. So it's on your phone. That's another bonus for people who are traveling. And like I said, it's going to be live this long weekend, so it's ready to go. The app features GPS activated stops, so when a person approaches a location, your phone automatically plays the audio recording of the text that goes behind the stop, and it includes also photos of the past and current location. It's very accessible for users. It has an audio voiceover, so for people who are visually impaired, it will read the tour out to you as you go. It's self-paced. You can skip stops for mobility issues. You can choose to go as far along the tour as you want or shorten it if you can't make it that far. The fact that it's free is really great. And it's multilingual. So we're launching it in English, and I'm going to translate it into French really soon. And then we have people willing to translate it for us into German, Japanese, and Mandarin. So those are coming up in the future as well. And the reason that we could use like a Google Translator, but we have humans who are willing to do it and do the audio for us. So it's an actual voice and not just a computer. It's very flexible in that we can add as many stops as we want. Possibly up to 184 if we wanted to. So the idea is that we're going to keep adding bulk, like groups of stops every so often, and kind of build the excitement around each time that we add a new group of buildings. And it's very cost effective. It's less expensive than printing our current paper walking tour, and it's better for the environment. It reaches more people as well. So the funds that we were asking for, we kind of built it on a 2-year plan. And there are 2 available options for creating the app. So we've created it under the company branding umbrella, which means that our app is hosted on the company's app. So you download the company's app that we used, and then they have tours in there that you download it from. And our goal after 1 year is that we're going to analyze the analytics from this summer and fall, and then go to self-branding next year. So the difference between that is just that when you go to the App Store, you would download the Huntsville and Area Historical Society app instead of the app of the company that we've used to help build the app. It's free to add any additional languages and stops at any time. We have options also for adding links to the town, to businesses. Currently, I've linked to Muskoka Heritage Place. So when someone is doing a tour, the Heritage Place shows up as a stop on the map. And because it's been created by volunteers, me, the usual app development fee of like $50 an hour to create it has been waived. So it's also very economical in that way. So the first year, we have self-funded just to get it off because we wanted it launched by the July 1st long weekend, we used a grant that we had, sorry, not a grant, a donation we had from a long time ago to get off the ground. So that's $1,050 for the first year, and that's the company branded option where you download the app from the company we've used. For the second year, it would be $2,930, and that is the self-branded. And there's an additional around almost $1,000 in there that they charge to get the app launched when you're self-branding. And then after that, it's broken down on the next slide. So we are asking for a 2-year plan. We're asking for $3,980, and hopefully to be renewing every year, helping to fund the app like on a yearly basis, if possible. I just wanted to show you a quick breakdown. Again, I base this on a 2-year subscription. I'm realizing now that it's for the 25, 26 years. So I know these numbers might be off a little bit, but I just wanted to show you the difference in company branding pricing versus self-branding. With the company, the 2-year subscription is $2,100, so it's only $1,050 for a year. And that covers the Apple developer fee and Google developer fee to get an account. So once you self-brand, you need to get your own Apple and Google developer accounts. So that's built in because the company already has their app. So when we self-brand, we would have to sign up for those, and I think Google has like a $25 fee. So yeah, I built all of that into the pricing, and it's broken down in 1 year and in 2-year increments. As for additional funding sources, we, like I said, are currently self-funding so that we could release by the July 1st long weekend. We didn't spend enough in 2023 to qualify for the Ontario Heritage Grant that they offer every year, so we're going to apply for that. It's usually in June, early June, I think, that it comes out, so we're going to apply for that next year. We're reaching out to the BAA and the Chamber of Commerce. We have plans to present to their boards in the near future, and we've applied in the past for the Hamada Grant. Sorry, we currently applied for the Hamada Grant that's taking place, occurring in October. But in the past, we applied to the Huntsville Grant, but because we applied to the Huntsville Grant and the Hamada Grant, we didn't qualify for the Huntsville Grant because it was Hamada. So there's like this weird middle ground that we sit in because we have to wait for each group to figure it out. So we're kind of in between those two, but we do recognize that it is a bit of a Hamada initiative, quite the Hamada initiative, as it applies to all of the hotels can offer this in their, welcome packages and stuff and Airbnbs. So we do see its value in tourism. As for future growth, I just really wanted to quickly touch on the fact that we can add as many stops as we want. We can edit the app at any time, so we don't have to. We can edit tomorrow, like any time that it's launched. You can keep adding features to it. I thought of the idea of adding the Muskoka Heritage Place itself. It could be a tour within the tour, so you could go through and it would read out loud to you the different stops within the Heritage Place. If we get the self-branded version, then we can, where our thoughts were to, so that each plan comes with 2 tours. So the first tour, unlimited stops, second tour, unlimited stops. So we could have a second tour maybe paid. We have already a boating tour that's been created. So we were toying with the idea of possibly in the future, if we needed for revenue, we could have a paid second tour. Generally, they're around $7 or $8 if you want, like generally tour apps cost around that much money. So we did want to make sure there was an option, a free option for tourists, but then that could be an opportunity in the future. We also had the idea to have a contest to record the audio. So currently our lovely voices are the audio in the app, and it sounds so good. But we had the idea so when we add Huntsville Public School to the tour, to have a contest within the school, maybe a student voice could be within the app. Business owners and homeowners who have heritage buildings. So as we expand the app, the idea is to include more community members and have them be a part of it. You can also add quizzes and QR codes. And as for funding too, we can add like donation buttons in there, but also there's a future business buy-in potential for ad revenue where if you're standing in front of a building, we listened to one app where it said, you're right beside the famous ice cream shop, and if it's a hot day, maybe you want to stop in. And so there is that, again, we're trying to keep it right now accessible to everyone and very friendly, but there is the opportunity for that in the future as well to get businesses involved. And I think I just wanted to quickly show you a tour example. When I created the slideshow, the app wasn't done. So now it's in its like testing final phases. So I would have liked to show you what it looks like, but it's very similar to the Gananoque Heritage Walking Tour. And it's a then and now. So it shows you a map of the area and all the stops that are on there with a write-up. And then again, like I said, it uses GPS. So when you get to the area, it starts reading out loud to you the information. And you can also just push play too if you don't feel like having it auto read to you. And then one of my favorite features is the then and now slider that we've been using. So there's a picture of the building or the location. For some locations, it's just a parking lot. So then you can slide to see what it looked like. And we're still working on getting like the perfect angle because we have some old pictures that we want to get the today's picture. So again, those are things that we can keep updating as we go along. That's it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, and you do have 30 seconds left, but that's okay. We'll take that time. And Tricia, yeah, yes, you may. You have 30. Yes.
Add something. Now we're hoping to get something like this at all the stops, starting hopefully with a very nice engraved one at Town Hall, because that is the start of the tour. So I would like, if, with your permission, to leave a couple here that anybody
Absolutely.
that is interested
Yeah.
can download and just see exactly what we're talking about, because it is an amazing tour. And we think that it will enhance visitation to Huntsville.
Right.
Because if somebody looks right now, there is not a lot showing on TripAdvisor for you to do in Huntsville.
Okay.
But this would be something
That-
tangible
that people could
can,
do at their own
yeah,
pace.
bring it in and
right.
increase business, increase tourism in the area.
That's great. Really great. A super presentation. I'm not surprised anyway. And so much work that's already gone into it. Also really fantastic. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you, thank you so much. I know the amount of hours you put into it. I know we've had some conversations about all the effort. I liken this almost to the mural project that we do. And I didn't realize till I was on the HMATA board, that's the #1 searched item in Huntsville is that mural project. And I think this follows that line, gives people something to do. Just for clarification, the 1 year that you put in there for 2930, it looks like that's only because there's a one-time setup of $995. So ongoing each year would be what, 1900, something like that? Ish. It's between 1900 to 1950 or something, but it wouldn't be 2900 every year. Okay.
It would be just under 2,000.
Each year. Okay. Cool.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks. You mentioned that MHP isn't, like all the little houses in MHP isn't designated to be part of this, and I think it should.
Yes, so the initial tour that we've just done, I used the existing stops on our walking tour pamphlet that we had. So it was done so that I wouldn't have to research all of the information. We did do a bit of research, but yes. So Muskoka Heritage Place is a stop on the map in that I put it in with the link to Muskoka Heritage Place so that when the map comes up, like the Gananoque map, it shows it and it has a link. But yes, that's something we can build in at any time. Yeah, this takes time.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, ladies, for coming in. I just want council to understand or to know how much work that Katrina has put into this and the board itself. So this is kudos. I like at the beginning of your presentation too, you said the historical downtown Huntsville walking tour. And I think that we're looking towards potentially looking at calling it the historical downtown again. If you are interested in having a Dutch translation, I would be happy to help you out with that. We'll talk about that. But I love the fact that it's multilingual. It could be multilingual. And the fact that their voices from our town, I think, is even better. I think it's a great project. Thank you both for coming today to speak to us. Yeah.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks, ladies. I think this is a perfect fit for HMATA funding consideration. I mean, it really, the app would specifically be tied to tourism and showcasing things in Huntsville. So thanks for coming today.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. Really great project. Thank you. All right, so we are skipping over our original 7.5 and going to 7.6. And we have Lorna and Jim Popovsky from the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club here to speak to us about seating and dividers. Welcome. And I'm assuming that the other member, Paul Myers, won't be joining you at the table, just the two. And that's fine. I'm just, yeah. I know in our package, we had the seating and the dividers. Yep. I think, unless, oh, sorry, my apologies, that's all I saw, but, oh, you can speak on it, but I think the message is much the same as Dr. Trenholm's presentation. He had a couple of different asks, so you have to condense it in the 10 minutes. All right.
Oh, yep, that's why I got her. Okay, first of all, I'm Jim Popovsky, and this is my wife Lorna, and we're the president and vice president of Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball. We've been doing this for about 10 years. Just a quick history. The first thing is we started off in the Summit Center about 10 years ago, and we had about 6-7 people playing pickleball. And during that time, we had to tape our courts on the floor in the Summit Center in the hockey arena. And every time we finished, we had to take the tape off. Okay, and this was 5 days or 4 days a week. Anyways, from that point on, pickleball has just skyrocketed in terms of popularity. First of all, I'd just like to go back and we'll talk about the two things. First of all, the bleachers. All we're asking for is a bleacher about 12 feet long, and it will probably be a lot like the bleachers that are at the baseball diamonds. We are willing to pay for it. All we want to do is whatever the agreement is, if we pay for it, whether or not the town will look after it, and once we donate it to the town. Okay, so, and that would be about $5,000 for a bleacher, like I said, 12 feet in length. The dividers, okay, these are dividers that will be put between the courts. We have 4 courts, so we would need 3 dividers. Right now, we're only asking for 1, okay, to see whether or not that it would work. The main thing is to keep the balls from going onto the courts. If you've seen the pickleball courts, they're fairly close together, and the whole thing is about safety. So right now, if you've ever played a game of pickleball, the first thing you're taught is if a ball rolls on the court, you yell, ball. Everyone stops play, okay, picks up the ball and rolls it back to the court that it came from. So this would help alleviate the problem of balls rolling there, and obviously the safety issue of someone stepping on one, because the ball could be anywhere while you're playing. Again, same thing in terms of they only cost about $250 or so per divider. We would keep the dividers. In other words, we would be responsible for the dividers. The only thing that we might ask the town to do is to maybe set them up at the start of the year and take them down, just like they do the pickleball nets. So that's something that we can work with. And like I said, I don't know exactly how that works. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just asking for 1 right now because we just wanted to make it a trial. We're not sure if it's going to work for us, so we're just asking for 1. But if we would like more, if it works out well.
And when we say more, the total would only be 3, okay, in there. So basically that is what we're asking for right now. And like I said, we would pay for the bleacher and also for the dividers. the bleacher, we would like you to take care of it after we donate it to you, if that's the process that we use. And that's about it on terms of what we're asking for in terms of stuff that normally the bleachers and whatever, in other words, that we would be able to purchase, that you would help us with. Now, the second part of the presentation, and I wasn't aware that I was going to be doing this, so you're going to have to bear with me, because 2.5 years ago, to be honest, I did a really good presentation on getting our 4 new dedicated courts built. So what we're asking for now is 4 new courts, okay, to be built at the same facility, okay, where the 4 existing courts are. So that's at Macaulay Sports Field. Okay, so now I'll start with that little part there. First of all, you've already all heard about pickleball being the fastest growing sport in North America, and it is still rapidly growing. There are pro players now, they've got pro teams all over the place. It's just nonstop. When we first put in our courts and got them approved, there was a number of towns in and around our place, in terms of places like Hanover, Port Elgin, Midland, Canora's a little bit further, but all of those places already, when we presented to get our first 4 courts, okay, had 6 courts. And if I recall, when we did our presentation, I think we found 1 vote, okay, less for getting 6 courts built at that particular time. So right now, we are starting off. We had, in 2.5 years, when we had our courts built, we had about 100 members playing pickleball. Now we have 320 members playing pickleball this year. We give clinics for beginners probably about every second month. And we have on the average about 25 people that come to a clinic. Of those 25, I would say almost all the time we would probably have close to 20 that do decide to join our club. So with the 300 members, we are having problems accommodating all of them. So for example, we have sessions of pickleball. Everyone gets to play roughly 2 hours per session. Some of the sessions we have over 65 to 70 people in that session. Now, if you know anything about pickleball, you're only allowed, with our 4 courts, that's 16 people on the court at one time. So if you have 65 to 70, that's about 4 to 5 rotations that they have to wait in order to play. So that could be up to 30 minutes before they even get on the court, and that just keeps rotating around and around. So we do, need these extra courts. We anticipate by the end of this summer, we'll easily have over 350 members in our pickleball group. Right now, we talk to different communities around in Ontario. And the sad thing about it is a lot of communities have reached their limit in terms of how many people they're allowed to accommodate. And now they are not allowing anyone else to join their pickleball club because they're at their limit. And we really don't want that for Huntsville. Okay, we want to be able to let anyone that wants to play pickleball to be able to play pickleball. We don't want to set a limit. That's it. This has been, pickleball is very, very social. Okay, never mind, the playing and the activity that you're doing. You would not believe the comments that we've had from people that especially have come and moved to Huntsville. They said, this saved us. This is great. You will not believe the number of friends that we have met through pickleball. And now we've got golf tournaments, we've got scavenger hunts, we've got everything. And this is such, People talked about the mental health issues that are going around. It's unbelievable. We had our first golf tournament at Deerhurst last year or whatever, and Lauren and I looked at it and we said, holy mackerel, look at all these people here. And the first thing is they all came over, hugged each other, and it was unbelievable to see what they have done in a short period of time. And this is through playing pickleball, okay, all the social
One thing
things
I
that-
want to mention too is what gets my heart going is we've had people with cancer. And our group one year, so one of our members' husband was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Everybody brought a gift and brought it to their home at Christmas time. And then it didn't end there. It was over 2 years he had chemo, and actually he's fine now, which is an amazing, yeah. And they built, somebody had a cane carved. They knocked on his door and dropped off a cane carved. So we have a lot of support, you know, in our little pickleball community. And when Jim did say about the fact that when we did that tournament, all the girls were getting out of the car and they were hugging each other. And I said, oh my God, Jim, look what we've done here. Like, it's just heart. This is what we wanted, and this is what's happened.
And so the next thing, I've only got 40 seconds here. Okay, so the thing is, okay, which is very important, is the cost. Okay, the cost is going to be again around 300,000. I think we overpaid when we got our first courts done, but we should be able to put 4 new courts for 300,000. We would be willing to raise money. I think we have about $50,000 in our bank account already. We should be able maybe to raise another 25, 50,000 to help out with the cost of the new courts, but they are sadly needed. And the other thing is, all these places around us, the average courts are at least 6 to 8 courts per community. And I'm talking about Midland and other little places that are around us.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
I just want to, see, perfect timing, perfect timing. I want to start by thanking both of you, because I know that you two have, you know, been so engaged and really got the whole thing rolling. And as to the teaching and all of that, even with people like me, you've reached out, and that's so great. I look forward to it one day. But I do want to say thank you for all you've done. It's incredible. With that, I'm going to, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, thanks for coming. Thanks for the presentation. I'm really glad to see what you've done for our community and bringing so many people together. I'm just curious, like, you got the 4 courts. Do you use the other multi-use courts, like at Conroy Park and Utterson and places like that? Do you actually utilize all those at the same time?
Actually, I have a group that we go there because our courts are so busy. Our courts are used from 7 in the morning. We do drills from 7 to 9. And then they're used all day. And last night I was there at 6 o'clock. Families were coming. So we do use them as well. Yeah.
And Sue, the other thing is too now, we didn't get a chance to mention, but the thing was, we have done PA days for kids from 4 years old up, and it's just been unbelievable. We are doing clinics for the camp that is being run at the Summit Center once a week. So we are getting, you know, down to the grassroots, and we're having as many of the kids, you know, at a younger age play. And then when they play, they bring their parents. So we also need more time for people that are not members of our club, in other words, the public, and that would give them more time. Right now, they only have 1 hour a week during the prime time from 8 or 9 till 6, and then after 6 it's open. But you know that 6 maybe at times it's a little late or whatever.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for your positive energy and dedication to this. And, you know, clearly you're doing a fantastic job, and it's nice to see the community get so engaged. So hopefully you can come up with some funds and we can support this. Great work.
That's great, thank you.
Actually, we almost recruited the last presentation. He wants to play pickleball.
You see, it doesn't stop, does it? That's so great. That's good. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. There's no denying that pickleball is growing wildly. I have some friends that are fanatics. Yeah. And I don't know that we can have an expenditure like that in the near future. We have some very serious budgetary constraints coming up. If the demand is that high, perhaps the users could do better in fundraising, and I think we could get our heads around helping, but coming up with 300,000 or 225, and then ongoing costs after that is a tough one for us, especially at this time.
Yeah, so obviously the more we can raise, the better it would be that we have a chance.
Absolutely.
And we're willing to look at that. And we haven't even approached anyone in terms of, companies in here to donate. I would say that we would be able to raise a lot of money just from our members, okay, in there.
That would go a long way with this council, I
Yeah,
believe.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
Maybe to that point, that as a first step, the recognition in our capital plan that this is a future expense that we need to consider, I think might be, because I don't think it is in our current capital plan. So, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for coming today to present this. Would you say that the average age of your members would be over 50, over 55, maybe
Yes,
60?
well, yeah, at least
Yeah.
90% are over 55, okay.
Right.
so-
And you've been
Go-
doing
yeah,
this
no, go ahead.
for 10 years. So
Yeah.
in 10 years, do you see many young people coming in?
They're coming.
Yes.
So what's happening is because we're doing the PA days in the camp, the little ones, well, the younger kids they know pickleball now. So and we are getting at 6 o'clock because most people work. We don't get the younger ones, the younger people, but at 6 o'clock, we're seeing the younger ones coming, I'm talking 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds. Yeah. But it's going to be their game, not ours anymore. It really is.
And that's the sad thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other, thank you both.
You're
Very
welcome.
much appreciated. Thank you. All right, and now finally moving to our last presentation. Peter Haynes, Muskoka Hornets Baseball Association, is here to talk about batting cages. Is Peter?
Yeah, no, that's the benefit of going last. By the way, thank you, Mayor Alcock, members of Town Council and staff for having me present here today on behalf of the users of the McCully facility, the baseball part of the facility. The benefit, of course, of going last is to hear how passionate the various user groups are and committed to an active community. And I was extremely impressed with the presentations that you've had to listen to. Obviously, that makes your job that much more difficult because all of the users have such incredible needs and demands here. So, and we're no different than all of those other users wanting to maximize the quality of the facilities that we have at McCully. I'm joined here today by a few other users. Stan Remington, many of you know, Helen Payne and Graham Leishman are all part of our Muskoka Hornets baseball program, and Stan runs the fastball program and the summer tournament that happens every year. The renovation that was completed back in 2021 was a start, and we're very thankful to council for approving that spend. But I would say there remains some unfinished business, including batting cages, as mentioned, bullpen mounds on Diamond F, warning tracks for all of the diamonds, and drainage improvements, and that's what I'd like to talk about here today. So I thought I would start by telling a funny anecdote. I know I have 10 minutes. Pretty sure I'll fit within my window here. About 15 years ago, I made my first deputation to council, which included asking for improvements to the infield surface and for the building of a batting or a hitting cage. Batting cage is important as it can be used for warm-up and practice while the diamonds are in use with other events. Little did I know that a town employee would present before me that night, and their presentation included all of the accomplishments at the McCully facility from the town, one of which included getting rid of the batting cage that was at McCully previously. So this is, I think, the 5th deputation I've made to council in 16 years that included an ask on a batting cage, which is where I'm going to start. If we think back to the renovation that took place at McCully, I would admit to being a bit of a thorn in the side of council and staff, the mayor's office as well, and as I would not stop reminding everyone that the McCully facility had not had $1 of capital expense beyond regular maintenance since it opened in the late 80s, early 90s. Personally, I was particularly fussed that the sand playing surface that used to exist at Macaulay was an embarrassment when we hosted our summer tournaments, especially when you would compare it to Bracebridge's playing surfaces at Peak Field. It got to the point, unfortunately, that our travel teams did not want to host games or tournaments in Huntsville, especially when Peak Field was just 20 minutes closer to the city. When a previous iteration of council approved the renovation after a lengthy back and forth, it was decided to split the renovation into two parts, with the first part changing the playing surface, which I will tell you is outstanding, installing new lights on A to C, and fixing the dugouts and fencing. And all of the work that was done phenomenally in the end once it was done. However, the second part of the renovation was left outstanding. The first part of the renovation was done 1 year later than originally anticipated, and it occurred during COVID, so that worked out well. But the second part included the lights on Diamond F, which have just recently been installed, warning tracks and bullpens, and the other issues around the second part of the renovation just seemed to disappear. So what I was told was that after a council originally approved, the previous iteration of council, to split the project into two parts, a later budget council meeting nixed the spending on part two. I still don't understand exactly what happened there, and I was not told that it was canceled until I inquired a few years later to staff and asked when phase two would start, and I was told there was no phase two. So at least we have the lights on F now, and they're ready to go. But I want to talk about the other pieces of the puzzle that remain uncompleted. Just before I get into the specifics, and I want to be frank here today, because I've been in front of council several times, I work my day job in Toronto with one of the big banks, and I spend a lot of time working with the town of Huntsville. And I also work with the town of Bracebridge and the town of Gravenhurst. So at the bank that I work for, one of the common criticisms that I hear constantly is the first answer to any ask is no before yes. The division that I work in at TD recently underwent a merger with a smaller US firm, and it was a big cultural shift because that organization was always, we're going to find the solution, we're going to find yes before no. And so instead of looking for roadblocks, we're looking for solutions. I'm making a generalization, but my overall experience in dealing with the town of Huntsville in 16 years of running the Hornets feels a lot like the legacy bank that I work for. And given that I have experience working with Gravenhurst and Bracebridge, I would say I don't have that same experience, particularly with Bracebridge, where most of our teams play a lot of their games. In fact, I would say this is probably the 10th time I've spoken to town council in Huntsville over various asks, and I've never once spoken to council in Bracebridge. I can only conclude that part of this is a cultural difference between the two neighboring communities. In Bracebridge, I feel like the staff are empowered to make decisions by council, and I feel like, this is a personal observation, that when I come to Huntsville, that staff feels like the council has to approve everything. So let me talk a little bit about the specific asks that are left at the facility. I'm going to start with the batting cage. As mentioned, I've been working on this project for a long time, and after several false starts that I would say take up too much time to explain, HMATA gave the Hornets a couple of months ago $6,500 to order the remaining parts of the batting cage. Our program had already invested about $10,000 of our own funds to build the gravel base for the cage and order a bunch of parts, but unfortunately for various reasons, we were never able to get the project completed. Right now, I'm just waiting for approval from council. As I was told by staff, that council needs to again approve the building of the batting cage. And I guess, again, that has been approved in the past, but as I understand it, needs to be approved here again, as we've been given the money by HMATA to order the remaining parts. That brings us to the bullpen mounds on Diamond F. These bullpen mounds are needed for pitchers to warm up before and during a game. The lack of bullpen mounds is like having a hockey arena without a penalty box, and arguably without proper warm-up facilities, and we heard that from Dr. Trenholm earlier, how important it is to have proper warm-up, which could lead to more injuries. I find it very frustrating to sit at our tournaments, such as the one we hosted a couple of weeks ago, which was an 18U AA tournament, and hear the pitchers say, where are the bullpen mounds? It hurts our reputation as a tourney host to not have bullpens on Diamond F, which we do have on the other diamond that we use for older tournaments, which is the home diamond at Kerr Park in Bracebridge. So next up is warning tracks. As is obvious from the name, a warning track is placed on the inside of fencing for a diamond, and they're normally made up of a different surface from grass, dirt or clay, And that is in order to provide a warning to the fielders who are running from the grass away from the, not looking at the fence, towards the outfield, and they know once they change the surface underneath them that they're nearing the fence. The idea of creating a warning track was actually invented by Huntsville native George Selkirk when he was an outfielder for the New York Yankees, after he watched his teammate knocked out cold into a cinder fence. And there's some irony in the fact that the town that is the birthplace of the person that invented a safety feature like warning tracks does not have them on their own diamonds. And if you go around anywhere, you won't see diamonds that don't have warning tracks. Most, if not all, diamonds in North America have warning tracks. And in fact, our diamonds, A and B, when they were first put in place, actually had warning tracks 20 years ago. In fact, Stan Remington, who's with me here today, took 3 days of his vacation and used a town tractor to actually build the warning tracks on diamond A and B. But staff, unfortunately at the time, didn't feel the need to keep those warning tracks upkeep, and unfortunately they were ultimately sodded over and disappeared. The maintenance is very simple on a warning track. You drag the warning track when you drag the infield surface. And finally, I want to discuss a drainage problem that exists between diamonds A and B. This is a problem that we identified immediately after the reno was completed. We have a problem with the drainage with respect to the diamonds, and there was a picture in your package that shows you exactly what the problem is. When there is a large rainstorm like we had on the past weekend, water will pool between the diamonds, and it has nowhere to go except back onto the diamonds, making the diamonds unplayable. And so I would say, as an analogy, that I would say that that problem is akin to having a hole in the Summit Center roof. And if lacrosse was playing in May and there was rain, lacrosse wouldn't be able to take place. I would think that most people would view that as something that would get fixed right away. Unfortunately, this was put into the capital ask, and I'm asking here today, can we please get that drainage problem fixed as it's been in place since the start of the renovation? So I recognize that some of my comments are construed maybe as a little bit harsh here today, but I do feel, after being in front of council as many times as I have over the 16 years running the Muskoka Hornets, we now have over 300 House League players, as well as 7 travel teams. We've grown to be a very, very significant organization, as well as men's slow pitch, men's fastball tournament, the mixed league, the women's slow pitch. The facilities at McCully are used constantly, and like the other users that have asked for spends here today, I hope that we've earned the right with our program to provide this constructive feedback to council and to staff, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Look at that. It's exactly at 0. Wow. That almost as if you had rehearsed.
Well, it was
here.
less than that until I added a few color comments based on what I'd already heard.
Yeah. Well, great job, and appreciate the frankness of your comments. We can handle it. We have thick skin around the table. And you're right, you have been here before. So I'm assuming the financial information is part of that ask, then the staff already has that, right?
Yeah, we've been
Back
working
and
with
forth.
staff
I know,
back and
I know.
forth
So
for
they have
15
it.
years on this
I know,
project.
I know,
So.
as you said. Okay. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you, and thank you, Peter, for your presentation. I just want to be clear, the batting cage, you have enough funding for it, but you need permission to install it. And when could you get it installed if everything went perfectly for you?
So we have, we've had volunteers in our program agree to install it. Basically, the way you would install the batting cage, again, there's a picture in your package. It's like a Christmas tree in that you would basically have a base, you put the poles in the base. We're not digging into the ground. We would have to lay a carpet, which has been ordered and is stored with inside the town now. Lay a carpet down, put those basically Christmas bases around the diamond, put the poles in, and the netting over top. And that could all be completed by volunteers within our program. So you're correct, Councillor Morrison, that we just simply need to go ahead to order the cage. I was told by the organization that basically is the leading organization for selling cages, 7 to 14 days to get through to Canada from Massachusetts, where their head office is, with the pieces remaining necessary to get it done. Now, admittedly, I noticed that with the installation of the lights, some of the heavy equipment has been driving over top of the A gravel space that we have, and it's made it uneven. We will need to do, because that was first installed in 2017, we'll need to do some work to balance that out ahead of time. So there's a little bit of work necessary, but groundskeeper, landscaper, Leishman behind me has indicated that this is all fairly straightforward work to be done with small equipment.
Director Maxwell and Bissonnette are both here. So I guess the only question I have is, I love that almost every user group today is willing to put their own blood, sweat, and tears into their passion, which is great. But are we able to have the association do the work, or does it have to be done through staff? Does it need a permit? Maybe Kristen, do you know if it's?
No, I would say CAO Corey.
It'd be great if we didn't have to take staff time. If they could
Yeah.
do it and we give approval, that'd be awesome.
CAO Corey.
So thank you through your worship and to Councillor Morrison's question. So that was the issue we ran into. We did have an agreement in 2017 to 22 whereby council did approve us to proceed with the batting cage. At that point in time, there was an offer for the organization to put the equipment up or the fencing up. And the issue we ran up is we couldn't get anybody to sign off on a liability. So when we have outside individuals working on our property, we want to make sure that we can transfer that liability to the individuals carrying out the work. So I would certainly have to defer to Director McKenzie just to solidify that. But anytime anyone works on town property, we would have to have some kind of liability sign off on that.
We just, for the benefit of council, I think it was approximately 2018 or 2019, we had an old batting cage. It ultimately became unusable. That's why we have to order a new one. And Graham actually drove from Toronto, took a day out of his landscaping duties, or his company in Toronto, drove up with his equipment to McCully because we had a sign off that we would build the facility. And unfortunately, he was stopped at the gate by a staff member who asked for his at-height training, which he didn't have a form of on the spot. And unfortunately, that was another time we attempted to get this. That's why I say it would take too long to tell you all the history on this, but we have run into these types of what I consider to be minor roadblocks, which is unfortunate when we have volunteers in the community willing to take time, as Councillor Morrison says, out of their day jobs to be able to build this. So I'm hoping we can find some solutions rather than roadblocks.
Councillor Morrison, yep.
And just as well as you guys, we had a fairly intense presentation from someone recently about a situation in Sudbury where somebody was deemed to be an employee and towns and cities getting sued. So I think the liability does have to be covered, absolutely. So if we can find a way to get you guys to sign off on that somehow, that would be ideal.
Yeah,
And that's a staff thing, I'm staying out of that.
We were given a form to sign, I think, a liability form in previous iterations. So I think that we had gotten to the point where the people that were working on it were comfortable with that, our members. So we happy to take that back as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Peter. Great passion. You can hear it in your voice. Enthusiastic. I know you have some great people like Stan Remington up there with you in Payne, but I'd love to see the Ball Diamonds, batting cage go in. I'd like to see pitching mounds and all that stuff, but I think the staff have heard you loud and clear. I think council has heard you loud and clear, and we're trying to support you as best we can. I know over the past couple of years, we've invested a couple $1 million, I think, into Macaulay Robertson Diamonds, just in that upkeep that we missed. And but I'm sure we're willing to work with you as best we can. And as you know, as Councillor Stone mentioned earlier, with budget restraints and all that stuff. But thanks for coming. Thanks for being persistent, and I hope we don't have to see you next year.
No, I'm
but it's okay.
I'm the Dr. Trenholm of the baseball community here
Yes.
today, guys, okay?
Yes, and we're well aware of that.
And I won't give up either.
Councillor Renway.
Just to follow up on what Deputy Mayor Armour said, the fact that I'm new, 2 years in, what I've heard from you today sounds kind of negative, very negative. And you said yourself, that you apologize for some of the comments that you made, but have we done anything right for the baseball diamonds? We must have done something over the 17 years that you've been involved. There are good things that are happening, right?
Yeah.
And I just want to be clear.
I want to certainly make it clear that the process of doing the renovation, which came approximately 40 years after the diamond, or 35 years after the diamonds were first built, was the first capital spend on the facility since it was built, other than regular upkeep. And so in that respect, the users are very appreciative of the fact that we've essentially done a cleanup on the facility. But I guess what I was saying was, and it was a long process, staff knows this back and forth, where we went from having, the previous iteration of council went from approving the spend on the entire renovation to essentially moving it to splitting it in two in order to reduce the burden on the budget in the year they were actually doing the renovation. And again, if I sounded negative, I apologize, but admittedly, the second part of the renovation, which included all of the asks here today, disappeared because apparently it was turned down at a budget council meeting after council approved it. And it just disappeared, which is why I'm back again, being a thorn in your side, I admit. But I am doing that, as Councillor Armour indicated. I'm extremely passionate about having our facility be at least at the standard of other facilities in the province. And the first part of the renovation got us a long way in that direction. We host about 9 tournaments in Muskoka each year, and I think the foot traffic that our program brings in is over $1 million to the local community across Muskoka, most of which is in Huntsville, because most of the hotel chains are here. Stan Remington runs a tournament for 17 different fastball teams on the July 5th weekend. All of those individuals are looking for somewhere to stay. So the amount of money that baseball is bringing into the community in fastball can't be underestimated in this whole process, which I think is why HMATA was willing to approve a spend to help us get our facility, local facility, to that standard that we expect.
Appreciate the question and answer. And as someone who was involved in the council, and a couple of other members were as well, the first phase was a big ask for us at the time. It was $2 million. And you're right, it was long overdue.
Yeah.
And if it hadn't been for you, we probably wouldn't have done that. But it was absolutely the right decision. And so it's just, going to phase 2, it's hard once you've been through that, but that's why you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other question. All right. Thank you very much, Peter. All right. With that, we have completed our presentation, so I am going to suggest that we have a 10-minute break. All right. We're live, apparently. Welcome back, everybody. So we are now moving to divisional reports and starting with corporate services. So at this point, Councillor Morrison, would you mind taking over the chair, please?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I'm happy to. And we're going to start off with 8.1.1, and Deputy Treasurer Diller will report on Corp 2024-21, the 2023 financial results. And we have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee approve the 2023 Q4 budget deviations as outlined in Appendix B of Report Corp 2024-21. I'll hand it over to Julia and Suzanne.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Morrison. We have prepared our 2023 year-end report that details the town's financial performance for 2023. Overall, the town of Huntsville ended 2023 with a deficit of just over $200,000. The town is required to have a balanced budget, which means the total amount of expenses must equal the total amount of revenue, which includes property tax revenue. A deficit occurs when the expenses less the revenue is higher than the budget. Just as a little disclaimer, these amounts are unaudited at the moment. However, the year-end audit is currently underway. The deficit represents less than 1% of our 2023 budgeted operating expenditures. At the November committee meeting, we had previously reported that the Q3 deviations totaled $194,000. There have been several changes to the deviations that impact the overall deficit, but overall the change was not significant from what was previously reported, about $20,000 difference from what was reported at Q3.
So funds have been transferred from the working funds reserved as per the budget and financial controls policy. And the working fund the financial reserve policy. And our working funds reserve balance after the deficit transfer is about 2.3 million, which is in the acceptable range set by council through that financial reserve policy. It should be noted that council has approved utilizing approximately $2 million of the working capital reserve for the Better Homes Huntsville program that is expected to commence in 2025.
The deficit resulted largely from deviations in operations about $630,000, fire about $180,000, development services about $140,000. These impacts were offset by higher than anticipated revenues from financial services with a surplus of over $700,000 and legislative services of $110,000. A majority of these deviations were reported at Q3 and amounts have been updated for Q4. The summary and detail of these deviations have been included in Appendix B. To help tie the year-end results with previously reported amounts, in the detailed listing, we have included the change from our third quarter report.
This report also has various schedules, which provides detailed overview for the 2023 capital projects, reserve balances, receivables for taxes, and debt levels. So we hope that you'll find this as a good reference tool moving forward. Thank you, Chair Morrison, and we're here for any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Pass it over to committee for any questions on this report. Wow, that's shocking. That's a great report. Lots of information. Hopefully everybody did read it. I did notice the amount of extra revenue in financial services and also less expenses, I believe, as well. Can you explain a little bit why that was so different than expected? Was it some delayed revenue or from a previous quarter?
In financial services. For financial services, the majority of it was resulted from interest revenue earned that was higher than anticipated because of interest rates and things like that.
That goes back to our report last month about the one jib stuff, so that's great. Sorry. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Just a quick question about the working fund reserve balance. And I think that there's reference that in the next budget cycle, we'll need to maybe contribute more to that than we would ordinarily do. Is that correct? Did I read that somewhere? Partially because of this?
So through you, Chair Morrison, in the past two budgets, I believe we've reduced the amount that we have been put into working funds, and it is a good tool that we have for these one-off expenditures. And then in addition to that, we're also utilizing some of those funds to help or to finance loans that we're going to have for the Better Homes Huntsville. So I do think it's prudent that we start looking at increasing that amount back up.
Okay, just as a follow-up, I appreciate that, and so it's sort of so noted when we get into the budget discussions. Thank you.
Councillor Renwick and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. And just to clarify then, so the actual corporate-wide deficit is 1.8, correct? Million, but the overall is 217,922.
Sorry, through you, Chair Morrison, the overall deficit for the town as a whole is 217,000.
But if I may, was there not a portion of that corrected by the working funds? So did we not have a higher deficit, but some of that money was taken out of the working funds to offset the cost? Or is that just that's the actual bottom line is 217,000?
So the bottom line actually at the end of the day will be zero.
Right.
So what we have to do is there's a deficit of 217,000. We have to use working funds to cover that.
Okay.
Which brings us to zero.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Yep.
Great clarification. Over to Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks very much. My question has to do with the fire department, the 183,000 over in fire department. Is that wages or is that because the maintenance is in operation, working operation? Just wonder how he came to, that's a lot of money, 183,000, or his fire calls going through the roof.
Yeah, through you, Chair Morrison. So the higher than anticipated wages, and it was mostly volunteer fire wages, which can be attributed to a number of things, including increased call volume, time at calls, increased training of volunteers to be more in line with other fire departments in Ontario, and coverage for vacant, realigned, and staffing changes.
Okay. Any other questions? I guess if there aren't any other, I'll just, a quick question. It's a positive thing and maybe Director Babineau can speak to it. Looks like a ton more revenue from MHP than expected. And I think that's unbelievable, but is there a reason? Is it just great marketing by you guys or what's happening there?
Thank you for that, Chair Morrison. It's a combination of things, quite honestly. It is great weather, it's great programming, it's great marketing, it is people flooding back. So definitely we anticipated to see a trend of people coming back to our attractions, visiting our sites. Tourists, the train definitely is a big attraction. And we've actually adjusted the days of the week. We've added both days on the weekend for the train and don't have the train running on Mondays instead, except for holiday Mondays. And so that has made a big difference as well. People are wanting to see the train when they're coming. So we have made those adjustments. I think proof's in the pudding. And so there you go. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a great success story. Awesome. Mayor Alcock?
My apologies. I just thought of another one. And that one, the deficit in development services, are we anticipating, I understand that that's part of the cause was transitioning to a community planning permit system. Therefore, fees around zoning and all of the other applications went down. And so that was part of it. So are we, as we continue to roll out the CPP system, do we anticipate that revenues will start increasing again?
Through you, Chair Morrison. We did budget for 2024 based on the new structure, because for 2023, with the streamlining in the application numbers, the revenues weren't the same. And I do believe that we are seeing an increase in applications this year.
That was the part. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. So just a quick question. Thanks, ladies, for your report. Can you just repeat to me, what was the deficit in operations? I remember you mentioned that. I just can't recall it or find it here right now. Was it? Okay, thank you. So I'm just wondering how, I know we've had a lot of projects that have been under budget this year, that have came in under budget, things that have been completed. Just wondering how that factors in to the big picture here with the number that you've provided.
So the capital projects are self-funded, or are not self-funded, but they're funded through the reserve. So that won't impact that net surplus of 217. So any of those projects that didn't get done in 2023, we just kept the money in the reserve and we're using it in 2024 and bringing it out of the reserve. So if anything's under budget, then the money would just stay in the reserve, and then it would help fund that infrastructure deficit that Director Frame spoke about the other night.
Okay, and one last, I just want to follow up a bit on what Deputy Mayor Armour brought up. In a situation like that where more training, more staff time, more everything else is obviously needed, there's no question in the fire department, you need it, you do it. Are there any checks and balances? Like, at what point does it get to a number where you're like, okay, we need to, I mean, I know it's on the quarterly report, but is there ever a point during the process where that gets flagged at all?
So in 2025, we're working with the fire department on getting new software put in that it's better, easier to not keep track of, but it's more timely information. So we're working at that because they have been using an older system. So that will help immensely to keep doing that. But we have been making sure everything's up to date so that we can make sure that we're tracking those right away and bringing it forward.
That's great. Okay, any other questions whatsoever? All right, with that, I will call the motion. All in favor? That carries. Okay, 8.1.2, this one is for information only, and it is regarding report number Corp 2024-23, capital project update 2024-3.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I'm here to present the June capital project update. Most of the projects are in progress and underway, so there are minimal changes at this time from the last report, but I'd like to highlight a few of them. For information technology, one project, the fire communications radio, there has been an update to the plan completion notes because we're currently working with a third party, but staff still anticipate that to be complete for 2024. For roads, a few of the projects have been updated, have notes updated on the procurement and completion estimates. For fleet, a few updates within this department because we've awarded a few more of the replacement projects, so the completion and delivery estimates have been included. One item has been deferred to future years, MHP fleet vehicle. Staff have reevaluated this project and have determined that replacement can be deferred to future years and instead adjust vehicles within departments to meet the needs. Updates on work in progress have been included for parks. So overall, not a large change from May's update. Additional details by department can be found in the attachment in the report, and I'll be back in July for another update. I'm available for any questions.
All right, we'll go first to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you, Suzanne, for the report. Just two, if I may. One, the line with respect to economic development welcome signs, would that include the sign that on Center Street? Is that the one that we're referring to? Because that's the one we've been talking about for a while, but we were holding back until our branding and all of that. I just want to know that that one's going forward. Yes, I'm getting a yes. Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, yes, thank you. All right, if I may, I have one other. I'm sure it's here, but what is the total cost of the washroom installation in River Mill Park?
I might have to bring that back to the July meeting because I don't have the total cost on that. I just have the.
And that's what I noticed. There was a
Yeah.
partial cost in here, and I just wanted to have a sense that as I recall, that when the tender went out, they came back lower than anticipated, so that was a good thing. And I've lost track and what the total cost is, and I would appreciate knowing that.
And through you, Chair Morrison, I'm depending on if we've received invoices and everything, we might not have the total cost recorded, but I can definitely work on bringing back an estimated total for July.
That would be great. And when might would you be able to bring that back? Just the estimate?
At the committee meeting?
Oh, you mean in July you'll bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't have a ballpark that we could even a general idea with what we know to date? That would be great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions for Suzanne on this report? No? Okay, that was for information only, so we'll move on now to. You're done. So we're moving on to return. We're doing report number Corp 2024-29, 1886778 Ontario Inc. Proposed original road allowance closure, Good Food Co-op 2 Crescent Road. And I do have a motion on this one. It is moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark, whereas Resolution GC 44-24 directed staff to report back on the feasibility of the sale of the original road allowance abutting Part Lot A Concession 1, designated as Part 1 35R 15949 and Parts 14 and 18 of 35R 16405, former Township of Chaffey, now in the Town of Huntsville, municipally known as 2 Crescent Road. And whereas staff have determined that the road allowance should remain in the ownership of the town, now therefore it is recommended that committee direct staff to advise the owner of 2 Crescent Road that the road allowance will not be declared surplus at this time. Pass it over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Morrison. So in accordance with Council Resolution GC 44-24, I'm reporting back with respect to the feasibility of the selling the road allowance abutting 2 Crescent Road. As per my report, staff identified a number of issues with disposing of the road allowance, including this road allowance has been identified by the Town-Owned Land Working Group as a potential trail, and staff is recommending that the town retain ownership and do not declare it surplus at this time.
Excellent. Any questions on that report? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Carries, and thank you for your work on that. Okay, and moving right along to Director Frame regarding report number Corp 2024-31, commemorative naming Paulington Field. And I do have a motion on this one. It is moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that committee approve the naming of the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park North Soccer Field to Paulington Field, and further that staff be directed to order and install new signage for the naming of the soccer field at a cost not to exceed $500 to be funded through the approved 2024 Parks Operation budget. And I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So I'll be short and sweet today. This report and my next one is actually coming through the new commemorative naming program that we have. So we did receive an application earlier this year from community members that have requested to commemorate Graham Paulington by naming the North Soccer Field at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park as Paulington Field. So our commemorative naming working group went forward with public consultation on this. So we did have an online survey that was marketed through a number of different means. And we had over 300 responses. Over 99% were in favor of the naming. So staff did meet with the applicant to talk about their signage requests, and our marketing department has gotten quotes. So we are expecting it to be less than $500, which is why we're saying, you know what, let's just, get it done this year and not wait for the next budget year. I have talked to the parks manager, and we can do it within our existing budget and with staff resources.
Okay, great. Any comments or questions on that? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Just a quick question. Will that go out as well to the public? Will there be a communication through our columns that will be sent out that this is happening?
Yeah, I'm sure we will be speaking with our communications coordinator about some sort of media release. And we did do a media release with the naming survey as well. And I'm sure we'll be talking to the applicant on how they want to sort of unveil the new signage and everything.
Okay, that's great. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. Thanks, Riva. I know a lot of work's gone into this and getting everything just the way it's supposed to be. I'm kind of impressed by the number of people that responded to the survey. So good job on marketing and getting it out there, because there's things where we get nobody. So to get that kind of response, good on you. We're doing something right. So
That's great. I agree. I also like that in the report you put the numbers for both surveys, which is great for the public to see. Any other comments on that? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Reba, for the report. I think this was their first process of using this new system. So I think just from reading through it and looking at the number of people that chimed in, I think it was a success. I just wondered, if you had any feedback from people that had were involved in the surveys, how they felt the program was working.
So through you, Chair Morrison. So I haven't actually received any specific feedback on people that participated in the survey. I do know, so we did have a little bit of feedback on the, commemorative naming working group, and we did have a policy amendment earlier this year to address some lessons learned throughout the process. And, we did have some hiccups in the road with the timing of the process this year because of everything that happened earlier this year within the organization. So unfortunately, this has taken a little bit longer to get us to this point, but I think going forward, this process is going to be smoother and smoother every time we do it. So.
Great. Okay, seeing no other questions, I will call the question. All in favor? That carries. The next question will be similar. We are going to go to the next item, which is page. Report number Corp 2024-32, commemorative naming the Mike Brown Room. That committee approved. Oh, so the motion will be moved by Councilor Cloutier, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that committee approve the naming of the Don Lock Arena dressing room number 8 to the Mike Brown Room, and further that staff be directed to order and install new signage for the naming of the dressing room at a cost not to exceed $500 to be funded through the approved 2024 facilities operating budget. Pass it over to Director Frame.
So thank you, Chair Morrison. I won't do the whole spiel over again because it's the same process. Essentially, we received an application earlier this year. Community members have requested to commemorate Mike Brown by naming dressing room 8 at the Don Lock Arena as the Mike Brown Room. So we did receive 329 responses, and again, over 99% positive in favor of the naming.
Any questions or comments? I should say the big cottage weekend fundraiser this past weekend raised a lot of money for the Mike Brown Foundation, a ton of money. They had sold 600 tickets for Saturday night, which is amazing. Sold out the golf tournament, sold out Friday night, and I'm looking forward to seeing the number, but that's going to help a lot of kids play sports, which Mike would be so proud of. And just dressing room number 8 is the room that him and the Good Timers used every single Monday night for many, many, many years. So the room is very appropriate, and that's great. Before I call the question, I guess one question on the overall process. We did last year approve naming one of the diamonds the Stan Remington Diamond. Do you have any update on that and where we are with that? Can I speak to that within this motion, or is that I'm not allowed? Follow up with me yeah, I just remembered I probably should look at Tanya to see if I'm getting in trouble. But anyway, so that's a question for another time, and maybe you can email me later. See, I'm staying in the lines. See that? Barely staying in the lines. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? What should I tell you about my incident at the border this past weekend? It wasn't good. For real, it wasn't good. All right, I'm passing it off to Councillor Fitzgerald to take over as chair.
And thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. I am going to read a motion for report number Fire-2024-7. And it's moved by Nancy Alcock and seconded by Dan Armour. It is recommended the committee approves the draft rental training facility fee schedule as outlined in report Fire 2024-7. And further, the fee and charges bylaw amending bylaw be presented to council for consideration. Deputy Chief Calais.
Good morning, Chair Fitzgerald. Thank you, and Council and Mayor for having me this morning. As a bit of an aside, I'd like to thank you for your support with the previous motion in Room 8. I had the fortune of playing with Mike on Mondays and Wednesdays, and he's I'm a good timer as well, and so he's sorely missed in the dressing room. So thank you for your support on that. Before you, I have a report in regards to our training facility. I've been following this morning's meeting from my office, and it's been more of a training and fitness symposium as opposed to a general committee meeting, and I'm glad that I can still continue that theme. We were fortunate with previous council and fire administration that when we purchased land in Port Sydney in 2010 to erect a new fire hall, not only did we do that, but we allocated space for a training facility, and we've been working hard since then to develop and add different props and different parts of that facility so that we can train and be ready as a fire department. Things have changed since then, specifically in the province. And as we all know, in 2021, the Fire College ceased to exist, which was a viable resource for many municipalities to be able to train their members. And we are absolutely fortunate as a small municipal fire department or a medium-sized fire department to be able to have the facility that we do. And other municipalities recognize that. And because of that, we've been approached fairly regularly by other departments to see if our training facility is available. We have allowed it to be used by departments in the past, but now with the requests coming in at a fairly regular time, before you I have a report that would like to formalize really the rental of the training facility in Port Sydney, make adjustments to our user fee bylaw, and put in the paperwork and the processes in place that we can create revenue for the operating side for the fire department. And I'm here for any questions.
Thanks, Deputy Chief Kalea, and I will go around to Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. I think this is a great idea. I had the opportunity to go into this facility in a fire training exercise, and it's a kick. It really is. And I said at the time, if you could bring regular civilians through that facility, it would be a huge moneymaker. But for the purposes of today, would town staff, when it's rented out, would we need to have a staff member on site? And if so, is that reflected in the price?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. We don't require to have a staff member on site necessarily, but we would have one on standby. Somebody that would be there to basically open the doors, turn the lights on, make sure they have the lay of the land, but is available via cell phone that if there was a need. We're fortunate that when fire departments show up, they're self-sufficient. They really don't need us there to just be watching over them for a period of time. So we do have a small fee included in there in the user fee, I believe of $100 for the day. Okay. But that's, again, just to have somebody on standby in case a need arises.
Good.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Well, thanks, Chair Fitzgerald. Just more of a comment. I'm really glad to see that you're accommodating our local fire departments here in the reduction in the cost. Because I can imagine with mutual aid, et cetera, that's got to go a long way with them. So I'm really glad to see you've included that in there.
Thank you, and to you, Chair. We feel it's very important. We train together on a regular basis, specifically with our recruitment, but we also trade services that way as well. There's things that you don't see that we will borrow props, we will borrow space as well from the other municipalities within our district, and they work really well with us. So this is kind of that part of being a good neighbor.
All right, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And just to follow up on that, I absolutely agree. I'm really happy that there's a reduction on that. Will this surprise any of our neighbors that we're now going to charge for that?
Thank you, through you, Chair. No, fortunately, we meet on a regular basis with all of the chiefs within the district specifically. And so we've been talking about this for some time. They've actually said they've been surprised. They've been able to train so long without having a fee involved. And they were used to going to the fire college or other facilities elsewhere and having to pay at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? No. Thanks for this, and I'm so happy that we have a facility like this in our municipality, and we're the ones that have it. Great foresight on people from the past in the department, and hopefully it makes a difference.
Thank you. I'm sure it will.
I will call the question if there's no more questions. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. All right. Report number Ops 2024-10, moved by Helena Renwick and seconded by Scott Morrison. Whereas Resolution GC 42-24 directed staff to meet with a member from the Huntsville High School to identify the details regarding the potential installation of a scoreboard and report back to General Committee with recommendations. And whereas some discrepancies exist with respect to the funding identified during the delegation to General Committee on March 27th, 2024, now therefore it is recommended the project be deferred until such time as written confirmation is received regarding proposed funding of the project. Tina.
Morning, Council, and through you, Chair Fitzgerald. Staff was directed to meet with Mr. Clark to discuss the potential installation of the scoreboard at Conroy Park. We met, we found a suitable position, a suitable place at the park that will not interfere with future growth. There was an error with respect to the funding identified during the delegation in March during the General Committee meeting. Staff is recommending that we defer the project until such time of getting a written document discussing about the funding.
Okay. Thanks for that. And I will go to questions. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Was the discrepancy on our part or their part? Yeah.
Through your, Mr. Chairman. So there was information that was presented at the meeting, which we did request some clarification on, and we weren't able to get that clarification. So we have gone back to the individual who did the delegation and just said, if you can just provide clarification to us, we can represent to committee. So until such time that we receive that, we would suggest that the project be deferred.
Perfect. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Fitzgerald. Just a quick one. I'm assuming this is going to be deferred until we hear back from them, so there's no return date in planned at all, right? Okay, perfect.
Any further questions? I have one question. What location did we determine at the park? No, the specific location.
It was at the on Can Lake side, put it that way, at the end of the track or the beginning of the track. So at the northwest side.
Okay, perfect. Okay, seeing no further questions. Thanks, Tina, for the report, and I will call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. I will now pass it along to Deputy Mayor Armour to chair divisional reports for development services.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzgerald. So moving on to 8.3.1, Chris Nagy's here. Report number DEV 2024-30. It's the 2023 Annual Building Department Review and Armour shared services. I've seen that's Armour Township. Right. I do have a motion. It's moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Clark. It's recommended that staff be directed to enter into a shared servicing agreement for building services coverage with the Township of Armour, as outlined in Report DEV 2024-30, and further that the bylaw be presented to Council for consideration. It's all yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and committee, for having me. So just to summarize the report, so 2023 saw 687 building permit applications received. Of those, 622 were issued. Staff completed over 2,300 inspections for the year, which included 450 final inspections to close off building permits. Staff also responded to 158 property standards complaints, in which 135 of those did get brought into conformance. Although 2023 saw a deficit in revenues, our Building Stabilization Fund was able to be utilized to offset these costs. Moving forward, we have implemented an increase in user fees to mitigate these deficiencies in the future. With respect to the shared servicing, I just wanted to kind of highlight some history on that. So Perry Township previously oversaw Armour Township, and a couple of years ago they no longer shared that building services. So under our current servicing agreement, we do already cover off Perry Township as well as Lake Bays. And we were just approached by Armour to see if we would have appetite of taking them back on. And in a nutshell, those services are only used when there's a lack of staff in either areas, and we can actually pull from them. So in an event of an emergency, if we needed to have more building officials and stuff, because this is already set up, we can, kind of continue with our day-to-day as well as deal with those kind of on the offside. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions with respect to this report.
Does Councilor Committee have any questions? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour. Absolutely, I think this is fantastic. I really love continuing down the path of sharing services. I think that's a good model. And my question is, given how busy our own staff, how busy we are, you don't see this as overextending in any way?
So thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. So this township more recently obtained a new building official, right? And so therefore they do have staff. We were approached prior to them actually getting a building official to kind of go, hey, do you want to entertain this shared servicing agreement? But we've made it very clear in the agreement and everything that both parties are expected to have their own staff, and it would strictly be in a sense of, you know, a vacation or something like that. It would not be an ongoing day-to-day operation. So.
Councilor Renwick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, that question would go both ways then too. So if one of their staff is on vacation, we could fill in for them as well. So it's both ways.
Yes,
That's
so
yeah.
through you again, Deputy Mayor, yes, you're absolutely correct. So it would be both ways. So in the aspect that their staff is off, we could go out and help out with inspections or do plans review. Vice versa, if you know, we had a abundance of workload, like say a new subdivision that came in, we could, you know, tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, could we get some assistance? If yeah.
If I may, just to follow up, I think just to what the mayor said as well, that my concern is that you guys are overworked now, and if they have more building permits in Township Armour, is that not going to pull our staff away? So I want to be, you're cognizant of it. As long as you understand that, then I think we'll be okay. But if you could comment on that.
Yes, I can. So in essence, it's not a requirement that because we're entering in that we need to do this service. It is a discussion when those conversations get presented. So if our staff is, you know, dealing with a lot of workload at that time, that would be the discussion that we have. My understanding is they've also, you know, tapped the shoulder of another municipality to have that shared servicing agreement. So it could be wide branch, similar to us with Lake of Bays and Perry Township. Perry Township and Lake of Bays also has a shared servicing agreement. So it's kind of, you know, the trifecta of working together. So, yeah.
Do I have any more questions? I have a couple. First one I think is pretty simple. There is no financial cost to this, right?
Yes, so you are correct. There's no financial, and there's actually a chargeback within the agreement. So we charge back at an hourly rate as well as our travel costs and any, you know, meals and accommodations if required. So, yeah.
That's good to hear. And the second part, the user fee increase, is that was from an old report that they're increasing? It's not something we're increasing now, correct?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. So under the user fee report that was brought forward with the phasing process over the next couple of years, we had already implemented those increases. So there's no change to that whatsoever, like to what was already approved. It's just I wanted to highlight it in the report. So yeah.
That's excellent. Do you have any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll call questions. All those in favor? And that carries. I guess you're staying with us. So we're going to move on to 8.3.2, report DEV 2024-2023 annual short-term rental program review. And this is just for information.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in this report, I'm just going to give a couple quick highlights of what happened in 2023. So staff were able to attend industry events, including an in-person meeting with Airbnb hosts, lake associations, and other municipalities looking to launch their own program. We also saw the launch of Cloud Permit for all of the applications, and that's the way that we deal with all short-term rentals. Our 24-hour call line, we got approval from staff through our third-party provider Granicus to implement that, which earlier this year that has gone live, and all of the links as well as the numbers are on our website. We did see an increase in applications over 2023 from 2001 to, or sorry, from 201 to 230. With respect to enforcements, we had 84 AMPs issued, 74 were advertising without a license, which staff do continue to monitor. And as per the report, may lead into part 3 infractions for noncompliance. 3 properties had their licenses revoked, which 2 of them actually came forward in front of the licensing committee over that year. And that's pretty much it.
Does the committee have any questions? I'll just have a quick one. How's the new 1-800 line working for complaints?
Yeah, so thanks on that. So it is being utilized. At the beginning, a lot of individuals thought that it was a line to get information on the program itself as opposed to lodging complaints. The nice thing that we set up with bylaw this year and them being here 7 days a week is any complaints that are brought in, we can actually respond to over the weekend, right? So I don't have specific numbers because I will be reporting on those next year. However, I would say we're probably around 20 complaints that have actually come in that are, you know, bylaw specific with respect to non-compliance. They are ranging from over occupancy to noise to, you know, still advertising without a license, which we're able to use, right? So if I can do a little plug to, you know, everybody go on our website, use, you know, it's the most streamlined way of lodging a complaint, and you know, it gets filtered directly to our bylaw officers, and if it's outside of hours, we can respond the next day, which is working out really well. So, yeah.
Well, that's excellent to hear. Yep. No more questions. That was just for information. Thanks very much. And we now have Beth Green coming down and Lisa. So this is 8.3.3. It's a report number DEV 2024-20, Media Relations Policy. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. It's recommended the committee approve the media relations policy attached to report DEV 2024-20.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee today about the proposed media relations policy for the town of Huntsville. We wanted to propose this in order to bring the town in line with best practices for municipal communications and to seek to improve transparency and professionalism in the town's working relationship with local media outlets. To give you a little bit of background on why we felt this was important. Obviously, mayor, council, and town staff, as you well know, are regularly receiving inquiries from local media outlets on a variety of topics related to the town business and operations. And currently, we have no formal procedures or policies in place that would provide guidelines, structure, and support in terms of how to respond to these media relations inquiries. We want to therefore bring the town in line with what would be considered best practices for media relations and municipal communications. And the template that we've used for this proposed media relations policy is similar to what would be used in equivalent municipalities in Ontario. Currently, it's a challenge to ensure that media's questions are being handled efficiently and in a timely manner from a staff workflow perspective. So bringing in this media relations policy would help us to be able to avoid duplication of effort and allow us to provide greater support to staff from the marketing and communications team so that we can allow them to focus on their areas of expertise and ensure that they really feel supported when they're dealing with media inquiries. We also really want to be able to provide a higher level of customer service to media when they are contacting us. We know that the better we are in terms of providing customer service, that will just continue to improve our relationships with local journalists. We really feel that from a strategic perspective, that this media relations policy will help us to be able to support the town's strategic goals. We have a value in our strategic plan of transparency in terms of our foundational statement of being a stable, trusted, and engaged community partner. The media relations policy will support our being able to do this in our communications. Our approved town communications strategy has one of the pillars of timely, transparent, strategic, and accurate communications. And again, bringing in a media relations policy will only serve to support these goals that we've already approved in terms of our priorities for the town's communications. In terms of just giving you a few highlights of what's actually included in the media policy and what is the scope. So it would apply to the mayor and members of council for the town, along with the CAO, all municipal staff, including department heads, as well as members of council appointed committees and volunteers. So basically it would apply to anyone who is approached by the media and asked to speak on behalf of the town on any matter related to town business. It outlines who in the municipality is an authorized spokesperson and provides best practices on how to communicate with the media. It defines the role of the marketing and communications department in terms of media relations activities, how we're communicating with the media, and what type of support we're providing to staff as they respond to media inquiries. It provides direction as well to staff who are not authorized spokespeople in terms of how they can handle inquiries from the media and redirect them appropriately. It covers best practices for personal points of view, how to express opinions on politically contentious topics, when that's appropriate and when it's not. And in terms of committing to regular media training every 4 years for authorized town media spokespeople. We are in the process of developing an internal procedure for media relations, which would include a centralized email that media could go to in terms of making their inquiries. And part of this procedure will be that the marketing and communications team will manage the inquiries that come in. We'll connect with the appropriate departments, and then we'll be able to formulate a response in a timely manner that will have consistent corporate messaging. One thing that I know will be of concern, it's noted that the mayor and deputy mayor would continue to provide comment on behalf of council, and that council members who receive media inquiries and requests for interviews can continue to manage these on their own, as you have been, when appropriate and at your discretion, knowing that your roles and responsibilities under the Municipal Act and the Council Code of Conduct. So as elected officials, councillors can continue to represent their own political positions. The policy is not intended to restrict council members from speaking to the media. It's intended to provide structure and guidelines for those who are asked to speak on behalf of the town, versus speaking to their own political positions as elected officials. So again, it's trying to really bring our corporate media relations in line with municipal communications best practices. In terms of next steps, if the media relations policy is adopted, at that point, then we would complete the media relations procedure that we've begun to put together, and we would communicate the new media relations policy procedures internally with staff so that everyone knows what the procedure is and what support is being provided. And then we would communicate it externally then to the media so they know what the proper channels are for them to address their inquiries. So just in summary, we don't currently have any media relations policy or procedure. And adopting a media relations policy will help us to be able to follow best practices of municipal communications in order to provide guidelines and support to staff in responding to media inquiries, and continue to improve the town's relationship with media and continue to communicate transparently by providing a consistent and timely response to media inquiries. Thank you, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Thanks very much. It's almost like a gag order. Do we have any questions? Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. Yes, I have issue with two particular portions of this. And as Beth noted, Section 2 says that if you're not a designated person to speak for the town, then you make it clear when you're talking to media that you are speaking as an elected representative, but not for the whole of council. Item 3.2 includes elected official and directs us to say or advise them that the right spokesman will be in touch. And so I would like this particular 3.2 to be changed to remove the identifying as an elected official needs to get the right person in touch with them. And so I am suggesting that we add a bullet, so remove the elected official. I don't know whether we should put it up, because it might be easier. Anyways, so I'm going to suggest that a bullet be added at the beginning that will say that an elected official that's not authorized to represent council as a whole, they will make it clear that their comments represent them as an individual elected representative. So that's the 3.2. I also want to speak to 5.0 on media visits. So the media is council's connection to the people, and we should always encourage them to visit us in person, take pictures and video. We have nothing to hide, and I welcome more media all the time. I think this bylaw oversteps. So a couple points. What happens if the media doesn't notify marketing or the CAO that they were coming? There was no ramifications in there. If I am meeting with media on town property, I shouldn't need approval to do so. If the public can take video and pictures and post them on social media, I believe media outlets should be free to do the same. So I won't read the amendment. Councillor Cloutier is seconding my amendment. And I don't know if he wants to speak or not, but all right. But I am proposing an amendment to change these two things.
Okay, do you want me to read your proposed amendment, or does anybody have any other questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll read them in as proposed. Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Stone, second by Councillor Cloutier. It's recommended that the following be added at the end of paragraph with the following amendments. Section 3.2, first bullet, or elected official be struck out. Section 3.2, the following second bullet be added. Bullet, if an elected official is not authorized to represent council as a whole, they will make it clear that their comments representing them as an individual elected representative. Section 5 be struck out and replaced with, if a member of media is visiting the town in person, they are requested to notify the manager of marketing and communication and CEO. So, do we have any comments or questions on that?
It's a couple of things. One, I support the proposed amendment. I think that makes sense and not a worry. But I think now I can comment on the overall. I actually was really pleased to see this come forward. I understand the idea that it's really good to try and build in some degree of process, because we've all been in the spotlight or whatever, and it is uncertainty sometimes gets you into places where you don't want to be. So I appreciate that. And we've always said communication, and we need to always improve our communication. This is one step to helping us do that. But I do also agree with Councillor Stone that you don't want to appear like we're making it so regimented that we're actually trying to control, the media, because I'm sure then there'd be a story about that too. So I do support that. And I did have a question in there, but for the life of me, I have forgot. Oh, I know. This is, it is sort of, Beth, if you could walk us through, or Lisa, a scenario where this is what we went through. We didn't have the procedure, but now that we have the procedure, this is what it would look like. Is that too much to ask to? I'm sure there's probably like a whole bunch of examples where this might have helped.
Yes, thank you for the question, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I think that definitely the purpose of this policy is certainly, the primary purpose is to provide structure and guidelines to staff and direction to staff. It's certainly not, so I think that's important to note, because I think that's where the questions and challenges have come maybe in past, like was being mentioned. So an example that we discussed in the formulation of the policy was that sometimes journalists may contact multiple staff members in order to get a response, because maybe they're unsure of who's the best person to contact and approach. So then, we can have challenge of duplication of effort, or, multiple people trying to respond to media. And obviously that's not, putting our best foot forward or providing consistent messaging or providing good customer service to the journalists. So on all fronts, it's so in terms of how that would be solved with this media relations policy, now we have one channel through which staff members know, the end journalists will know they can go to in terms of receiving a response in a timely manner to their request. And so if they do respond, if a journalist does happen to reach out to a staff member, they will know that they can reach out directly to media relations, to the communications department. And then a coordinated response can be made if, multiple staff members were, perchance contacted. And they won't be duplicating effort and trying to respond in multiple directions.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Armour, and thanks, Beth. Thanks, Lisa, for your report. So just a few comments, I guess. So I can understand the report and the idea behind creating a policy. Specifically for staff, I can follow that. It does feel a little bit overreaching to me in regards to counselors and council. That's just my personal opinion. I'm always someone who is easily approachable, always happy to have a conversation, and to me it does feel a little bit of, I know that's not the intent, but it does feel a little bit restrictive. I guess one of the other concerns I have is that the policy, by trying to control the flow of information, makes us look or appear less accessible to the media. In a time in which the public want to see a timely response from officials, I guess I'm concerned the policy that is trying to make us look more cohesive will actually slow down the whole process of the flow of information. So that's a concern I have. I think a lot of times, I think that more policy at times means more process and more people involved, and I believe may actually create a slower response, which I am concerned about.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Beth, for the report. I was surprised to hear that we did not have a policy of sorts going forward. And I think in the past, I'm assuming that staff would have gone to you regardless. They would have gone to either probably to you, Lisa, because you've been here longer, but to ask questions if they didn't have an answer. So that was kind of the policy, right? You were the expert. You would give them guidance as to where to go. I very much support what Councillor Clark has just said, that I feel as well that people call me and they just want to ask questions and they want to talk, and we're able to do that. But I think the policy feels a little heavy-handed, and not to reiterate what Councillor Clark just said, but we don't want to stifle, and I don't think you're trying to do that, but we have so many policies, and I think the optics of that in the public is that the town is hard to communicate with, and that's just an observation, and that's what I've heard, but I know we're working on it. So more of a comment than a question, for sure. I did have a question. I knew I did.
A question in there?
Well, and it's more, maybe I shouldn't go there, but maybe Beth, you could answer this, but how much time have you spent creating this policy? Like, when did you start this? And I know it's come to us now, but when did you start looking at this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I can provide a follow-up to Helena's question, or Councillor Renwick. This policy started in its infancy when we were thinking about the communication strategy. So when that was approved, this was definitely on the radar of something that we wanted to achieve. We had something to bring forward, but the cyber incident interrupted that. So it's hard to say when or how long.
Okay. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Armour. I think that the concerns raised by both Councillors Clark and Renwick are really important concerns. So, and I think it would be, brutal if, in fact, we're putting something forward that looks like we're closing in, providing more restrictions, as opposed to trying to do the opposite. So I guess what I'm looking at is how do we respond to that with this policy? How does it do the opposite of what the feeling is?
Lisa.
Thank
Or
you.
Beth?
No,
please.
if I could provide a comment, Deputy Mayor. The policy, so first off, the Municipal Act governs how council and who speaks on behalf of council. And the policy is not stating anything that's different from that. So it in no way is restricting you and beyond that. The purpose of providing, some of the amendments was really to include communications and marketing so that we are fully aware of all of the great opportunity and media coverage that is currently going on. As it stands right now, to one of Helena's comments, is prior to the communication coordinator being in, marketing and communication wasn't really aware of all of the media and journalistic reporting. So the policy's intent was to bring value to the work that the journalists are doing so we can echo and elevate those messages as they are brought forward within the community. It's also to provide more strategic insight on, well, why are we doing these programs and initiatives? We can provide that. Well, in our strategic plan, here's all the backing, or these reports were brought forward in previous years, and this is how we're achieving them. So really it's, the value that this policy brings is so that we can have more of a collective approach, and we can provide more coverage and echo what the journalists are covering on and the work that you're doing with your constituents.
I think a good clarification, this is only for journalists or for media, right? It's not for a constituent who's calling you and asking you a question. You can, and if you are speaking to the media, you can say that I'm not speaking on behalf of council or the town, but there's still options there for us to speak directly to media, right? It would just be nice if we could actually go through the communication, and so we have a consistent answer to the media. That's that what I'm seeing here?
If I can clarify that, we just want to say, we wouldn't provide opinion or advice if you guys were to go to an interview. We just want to know what's happening. Hey, I'm at Cogeco. We're talking about this, or hey, I'm at the Moose. We just want to know what's happening so that when it's published, we can share if it's on municipal business or if it's appropriate, and say, hey, did you know X, Y, and Z is happening too?
Councillor Cloutier.
I think through you, Chair, I think the biggest thing here is common sense. If you don't know the answer, don't give one. Simple as that. I mean, and then nobody gets in trouble, and then you can always go back and say, look, I'll get you the information. That's simple as that.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor Armour. Yeah, I think we all know that we can't speak unanimously for council, and we have that disclaimer as this may be my opinion, but we haven't reached a formal decision at council yet. And like what Councillor Cloutier said, it's common sense. We're going to have to talk to people. Like you run into them on the street and it's like, oh, hey, let me ask you about this. Well, it's someone from the radio station. You know, you can't, oh, wait, I can't talk to you. That's not going to happen in the real world. So be cautious what you say. Don't put yourself out there. Here.
Yeah. Well, I know I get contacted quite a bit by media about certain issues taken on a council, and I'm very cautious of what I say, and I will pass it on usually to the mayor, because I think she should be speaking on behalf of most of those things. But I don't know, is there any more questions around the table? Oh, CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour. So not so much a question, just to chime in a little bit on, I think the main thing to point out is the importance of this policy was really very much for staff. So what will happen, and this is a day in the life of a CAO, just a small portion of it, something will happen in the community. All of a sudden the media outlets pick up on it, which they should do. Then they email 10 staff asking pretty much the same question. And then I'm getting emails from staff. What are the response? Who's responding to this? What's happening? What's our answer? And all of a sudden we're just flooded, and there's no, hence the delay, because we're all trying to figure out, okay, hold on a second. There's a valid question. We need to respond on behalf of the organization. So the intent of this policy, if I can be so bold to say, really was primarily for staff. What had happened during one of our training sessions, and I can't recall if it was one we had with Integrity Commissioner or orientation, I can't remember where the conversation took place, but there was some desire from council to get a little bit of sort of a process if we're contacted, if you're contacted by, and we do know the Municipal Act states the mayor is the spokesperson. Our code of conduct talks about when a decision is made by council, that you relay it as a collective decision. So we know those exist. So I'm just wondering if perhaps we take it back and maybe our focus more so is on guidance for staff. And if council is comfortable with the process that they're currently following and they don't have any concerns, then maybe it's an internal process. But we really did bring it forward because we did hear a desire to have some kind of formality to how members of council deal with the media. So, but we're happy to take this back and have a conversation and rejig it so it's more just for staff. I can tell you we need it from a staff perspective.
Well, I think that our recent cyber attack really showed how well I think we follow the communication process. I think most of council just said, no, ask them. But Helena, I think you have a question there.
Thank you. And I think too that the fact that we have social media, and I think social media, and to speak to what Denise just mentioned about staff calling, when staff read social media, Facebook or whatever, that's where the conversation starts, and that's where a lot of the bad information or the wrong information goes out, and that's why they're calling you back to say what's going on. We didn't have as much social media, say 10 or 20 years ago, and we've lost our journalists. We don't have the journalists coming, and to what Councillor Stone said earlier, that the journalists really are the spokespeople or the people that convey the information that happens in council to the community, and we don't have those journalists anymore. So It is an overarching idea about communication, and I think to what the CAO just said, that it is really maybe an internal staff thing, and because staff are looking at social media, and I think that has changed the way we communicate and the way we question things that happen in council. So I think that's a really big challenge for us and also for the communication staff. So just want to point that out.
Councillor Stone?
So I would agree with the CAO if we want to just have this internal for staff. So as a matter of process, do we kill this here by voting it down, or do we propose an amendment?
Tanya?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Oh, yes, yes. So if if Councillor Stone and Councillor Cluche would like to withdraw the motion, the amendment that is, then we can do a motion to postpone this with further direction to staff, if that works for council.
Well, if everyone's in agreement that we will postpone it, yeah, I don't think this is going to slip through. Sure, I'm happy to withdraw the motion to amend.
Councillor Fitzgerald, sorry.
Postpone.
Councillor Clark?
Thanks, I'd second that, and I would like to say I would support an internal process rather than the initial focus here that was.
I just want to make a comment. I think we need to have a policy for communications of some sort.
Yeah.
And I think it should govern not only staff, but also should govern council. So there should be a process there of some sort. When you're talking about town-related council business, I think there should be a process there, so we're all on the same page. But Mayor Alcock.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in too. Thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor Armour, because as I said in the beginning, I understand the concern that was raised about feeling, oh, I feel now I'm restricted as to what I'm supposed to say. But that's actually not the way I'm reading this. In fact, it's reiterating what already exists in the Municipal Act. And so we are already. And the policy also says that you can continue to do and talk to people as you do. Having said that, I don't want to dismiss if there is that general lack of comfort, and maybe it's trying to get our head around it. I think the idea, and clearly we need a policy for staff, so that let's just put that over here. So maybe we could consider how we're, writing it with respect to council itself, having been through the process and having received the guidance of our comms team on the cybersecurity incident. I can't say it was great having a sense of this is the process. This is why we're doing it. You're here with the CAO. I felt like I was embraced by policy, and it was really great, including staff, but that's part of policy. So to me, if we're trying to formalize that with not just, well, hopefully we won't go through another cybersecurity incident, but we go through incidents of whatever that are a surprise. And so from my perspective, I like the idea of having, okay, this is what we do. And it helps. I mean, if it's another, just to the deputy's point, if you were receiving calls around the cybersecurity incident, was it not helpful to know this is the process. This is what we're going through. And I'm not saying it shouldn't affect the day-to-day life. All to say, I'm happy to not table it, but to postpone, to give staff a little more time to offer up what this policy looks like with respect to us. but I actually am supportive of having a policy.
I think we do have another motion. If brought up on the screen, that'd be great. Maybe we don't. Oh, there it is. So, moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Clark. It's recommended that committee postpones consideration for report DEV 2024-20, media relations policy, to allow staff to bring back a second draft that reduces and/or provides clarity on the constraints currently noted on the elected officials. Any questions? Councillor Stone.
So the policy, as it was presented to us in the package, did put constraints on the media people themselves. And so if we're talking about changing things for elected officials, I would also like it to be considered how we deal with media in this motion.
So do we have are you looking to amend this motion to include that?
I believe so. Just to add, it says, if you can put it back up again, it says elected officials. Constraints currently noted on elected officials and media outlets. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Is Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Clark good with that? Good. Any more questions or comments around the table? Oh, go ahead, Tanya.
Deputy Mayor, if I could just ask Ms. Spalnick if she can provide any comments on that. Does that provide enough information for you to know?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Stone, could you please clarify what constraints are put on media? And that would better allow us to address that in the next proposal.
So as the policy as you presented it in the package, asks that media must notify communications and CAO and is not allowed to take videos and pictures without permission. So I don't want that in there.
You want to respond, Lisa?
No, that provides clarity, and similarly with the amendment as well.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you. I was just going to reinforce basically your amendment. That's that you want your amendment to be considered in your review. That's all. I think that's it.
All right, any more questions around the table? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that carries. Thanks, everyone. Good discussion, and thank you. I'm going to turn the chair over to Mayor Alcock now.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And before, I think this is the point where we are breaking for lunch, but before we break, today is an important day because I believe there's a birthday around the table, and that would be Councillor Stone. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday to
No, please don't sing.
Would you like to sing your own birthday, dude? All right, with that, now that we've embarrassed Councillor Stone, I will break for lunch, and we're breaking for half an hour, right? Okay, we are back. Having had a more than half-hour lunch break, but we are back. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 1:21 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matter pertaining to the following sections under the Municipal Act 2001, Section 239, 2. D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And this is with respect to 9.1.1, confidential report HR 2024 for staff compensation and internal equity review. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And there we go. Okay, welcome back to the general committee meeting. We have just come out of closed where council provided staff with direction with regard to the report that we were discussing in closed. And with that, I have one. Oh, and and staff will be bringing a report back to, will it be to council or general? We didn't know. To be determined, and staff will be reporting back to council. Right? Okay, with that, I have a motion. Moved by Councillor Clark. Sorry, I'm just replacing a name, and seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 3:05 p.m. Wow. All those in favor? And that carries.